Welcome back, everybody. This is Hutch from Hutch High Perf, and now we're going to start on the wiring harness and do some electrical stuff along the way. So let's go over to the bench that I finally cleaned off, and let's take a look at the manual, at circuits, at the wiring harness, and kind of the process that I'm going to use to get this thing rebuilt. Let's take a look. All right, first, before we even get into the harness at all, I wanted to talk about probably the most important thing you can have working on one of these G-body cars, or frankly, any car ever made by a manufacturer ever. Almost all of them have their own service manuals that they produce. These things are a wealth of information. I could not have worked on this car without this bad boy. Yeah, I probably could have gotten by, but there are so many things in this book that are just so intrinsically valuable that it is almost literally worth its weight in gold. If you are working on one of these cars or any car, it is worth your money to make the investment and get one of these. Sometimes they're not cheap. They could be close to $80 to $90, but I'm telling you, the money is worth it in the time and effort that you're going to waste asking people questions about where's that connector go, where's it located on the car, what color wire does this mean? I don't know what this is. It's all right in here. And I have a spiral notebook that I just make my own notes in, and sometimes I'll transfer this stuff over to some Excel spreadsheet or Word document or whatever, but I'm still old school. I just like pen and paper seems to be the best way to just get stuff down quick. Anyway, let's break this book open. All right, let's get this thing popped open. Just past the section on automatic transmission is this, probably the most valuable part of this book, I think. Tell me if I'm wrong. It's section 8A in a General Motors G-body. It's your electrical diagnosis. This thing is chock full of diagrams, locations. You can't beat this. And if you start at the beginning, let me rearrange the camera a little bit so we can actually delve into this a little bit closer. So it's broken down into sections, just like any other manual, if you're familiar with them. Shows you representation of what a schematic is going to look like in the book. It's going to give you a couple of example diagrams for what different connectors are going to be drawn and represented as. And it's going to talk about, look at this. So even shows you what they call every single area on the vehicle: rear window, header, end panel, left-hand quarter panel. So it gives you a rundown of what they call the things that you're looking for, which is great. It gives you some examples of different grounding schematics and things that they go to. It's great. Come to this page, and it actually gives you key symbols for everything that's going to be in the schematics. So it'll show you an entire component location. Then if it's got the dotted line, it's part of a component. And it shows you grounding circuits, switches, relays. It shows you these little humps right here. That is a connection in the line, and it gives you the number off to the side of what that connection is. It'll show you a connection that is attached to a component with one of those little lines again, or it'll show you the double line where it's a connection from a lead coming off a component. All this stuff is great. So even if you don't know how to read a schematic, if you just know how to read and you spend a little time in the front, you can actually gain a lot of information pick up some knowledge, and it'll help you read the schematic when you go through it. So this one tells you every single thing. So the line off to the side, your main line here, number off to the side, it says 5 red. So 5 is going to indicate the size of the wire. All of these books are, the wire sizes are in millimeters. So that's because we're going to the metric system in 1978. Don't forget, this is important stuff. Anyway, so there's actually, I'll show you later on, but there's a chart that actually shows you the conversion from metric to American wire gauge, so we'll get to that. But the dot will indicate that there's a splice, and it'll give you the number of that splice. And the 2 on the side over here is the actual number of the circuit. So it tells you all that stuff. If it's a striped wire, it'll give you the gauge or the millimeter size, and then red/yellow. So it's a red wire with a yellow tracer. So it shows you fusible links, what they look like, current path. It gives you so much information, and it goes through, and there's pages of representations of what circuits look like, what the relays look like. It even has, later in the book, it has the vacuum path for like the vacuum actuated stuff for like the AC. It's just a fantastic book. And it's written by the people who built the car. So, you know, it's good stuff. You got to get one of these. It shows you diagnostic trees. It shows you everything. So what I'm talking about over here, it shows you the metric wire size, and then it's AWG or American wire gauge size right next to it. What I did was I just used an Excel program, and I made it so it's a little bit bigger, and this is like a reference for me. So I know that in the schematic, if it says it's 0.8, I know that's 18 gauge and on down the line. So I just made that real quick just to have for myself for a reference. It even shows you the proper way to do splices, soldering. It's just everything you could possibly want. It's fantastic. So I'm just going to flip to, let's see, this is B car and G car. If this is any indication of how much I use it, I'm actually cracking the glue on the spine. I've had this thing open and closed so many times, tracing all this stuff down. So let's just take, here's an air conditioning blower circuit. All right, shows you the entire circuit. What is nice about this, when it shows you a connection, the connection is C497. So once you go past the print of the circuit, it'll show you all the different connectors associated with that circuit. And then up here at the top, this is fantastic, because I see on the web forums all the time, the guy's like, hey, I need to look for this module. Where is it on the car? I have no idea. So we look here. You can see C497. It's 4 cavities. It's above rear of right-hand valve cover, and then it gives you a page number over here, 201-2D. Let's go to 201-2D and see what that is. You can see that number. That's 2012, and there's D. D is a drawing, and it shows you exactly where the connector is. It shows you representation. Here's the valve cover. This is on VIN A, which is, I think, the 6-cylinder. So it shows you the valve cover, shows you like a mock representation. Was that throttle body, more than likely. So it shows you the back of the alternator, I believe that is. And it describes what this part is. It's a choke heater, and then it describes C497, and there's the connector. So you know where on the car to go find that. Let's go VIN A, and then if you go down here, you get into VIN 9 stuff, and VIN Y, which is Oldsmobile V8. Shows you different connections. What more could you ask for? It's literally a roadmap of where the item is and what it is and what it does. And these things are fantastic. It's all color coded. It shows you the makeup of the switch, Shows you, hey, it's hot at this time. I could not do what I'm about to do without this. And so if you're working on one of these cars, spend some money, get off a little bit of cash and get one of these, because it's going to be invaluable. At the end of every circuit, shows you its operation. It's fantastic. Just the amount of info in one of these, it's just gives you troubleshooting hints. So it not only does it show you the different connectors, what they look like, what they're labeled as far as letters, numbers, it gives you a quick troubleshoot hints and tips, and it goes through system check tables, isolation tests. It gives you different examples, shorts, opens. It tells you what to do. It's fantastic. If you've seen the video when I rebuilt the steering box in the car, that Saginaw 800, directly from this book is where the instructions came from. Same thing with the steering column, how I knew what all the different parts were named, where they go in relationship. It's all right in here. Let's flip forward and find that actually. Okay, so here's the steering column. That is the entire steering column blown apart. Gives you a number, and you look that number up, you find the exact part, what it is, where it goes. It goes through different diagnosis. If you're just replacing or doing one specific thing, it shows you how to do that, what steps to take, specialty tools involved. It's, I don't know. You can get one of those Shilton manuals, but it shows you the name of all the parts, gives you the part number for that. It's everything. It's literally everything that you need. I spent a lot of time expounding on just how great these things are. So I probably hit the point where everybody's like, yeah, I get it, let's go. So let's move past this, and I'm gonna get out my little spiral notebook and I'll talk about what we're doing. So this is where I gained a lot of this information from. This is harness connector faces, and this is the bulkhead connector, C100. C100 is the connector that is on the firewall right underneath the brake booster is C100. Bolts to the firewall. Right on the other side of that, inside the car, is your fuse block. So C100, this is where it gets power and where it gives power and where all these wires go to all the different sensors. So this is literally color chart with every single wire and the pin location where it's at. So this was invaluable just to be able to have all this. I actually went through every single individual schematic to make sure that I had the exact wire gauge and everything that I needed. So then, with that information, I was able to move to this. So what I did was I just listed out every single wire that's in the harness. All the different wires, all the different locations as far as what it connects to. So all the turn park marker lights, those are all the different color wires, different gauge sizes for it, everything listed out. And I just went through every single circuit. And then I actually went through, because I had to order pin connectors for everything. So all of this stuff ended up being the Delphi connectors, and they went in basically three ranges. So it was the 280, 480, and the 630 are the three different sizes that I was dealing with. So I went through, because I had to order pins, and I still haven't got everything that I need. I still got to order the wire, and I want to wait, because the more length of wire you order, of course, the more money it costs. So I want to make sure that I'm not ordering 25 foot of something and I only needed 5 feet, right? So I just am making sure price-wise I don't overspend when I don't have to. Anyway, so we're going to get back to this. What I'm going to do is, since I have a length over here, first I'm going to lay out the harness and start peeling off all of the conduit and the crap that's on it. and I'm going to get it down to the individual wire runs. So then the headlights for the light green and tan, I'm going to measure the stock length of every single one of those. And I think I want to do that just because if I ever have another G-body down the line and I want to rebuild the harness, but I'm keeping it stock, I'll have already a documented stock length for every single wire run that I need. So I'm just going to measure out everything stock length, and then that's going to be on one side of this length, and then on the other side I'm going to actually bolt the fenders and the front core support, all that stuff back onto the car, and then I'm going to try to hide some of the harness and run it to all the different like coolant sensors and compressor and all that stuff, and I'm going to try to run it. So I think what's going to happen is in the process of trying to hide it, it's going to make the harness longer because I'm going to have to try to route it around stuff and kind of put it up in the corners and places where it really doesn't stand out. I don't want it like just some huge wiring harness running over the top of the intake manifold. I want it to look nice. So I'm going to try to route everything in a way so then this side will be the new length that I need of wire to be able to actually put the harness together and have everything reach to where it needs to go. So that is the overall plan, and now all I need to do is just get the old harness up here and then start measuring out all the different lengths of wire. So I guess let's do that next. So that is what I've got going on, all this stuff, and it looks like spaghetti, and if you just look at it like this, you're like, oh, I'm never going to be able to do this, but it's all of this is just wire. It's just length of wire with a connector at the end of it. If you can crimp connectors and do a little bit of soldering, you're going to be just fine doing this. Just takes a little bit of technique and patience. So I don't know, I'm going to want to secure this down, get something because I'm going to need to stretch this out. All right. A better time or place. Oh, what is going on underneath there? All right, let's see if I can't cut this tape away with a little razor blade here. Ugh, just regular electric tape. This stuff is so gooey and nasty. Don't use that. There's something better. We'll talk about that later. Goodness. Yeah. Little tiny connectors like this, I like to save that just in case I need it later. Always good. Or at least long enough for me to find something that looks like it. Look at this, just winding duct tape. Ugh, mess. Okay, this is what went to the starter. This is our fusible link. This is a junction spot that goes over to, it's like a T connector or a conduit piece, whatever you want to call it. This is a juncture that headed over to the harness on the other side of the car. Let's see if I can pop this open without breaking it. I will probably use something like this when I do the harness on mine, depending how I run it. We'll see. Stuff loose. All right. So now we have exposed this one section. Look at this. More duct tape. Okay. All right. So I'm going to try to break this down, all this mess, into something a little bit more manageable. I'm stepping on tape now. Gooey mess. All right. So let's take this one circuit run. So you've got heavy purple wire. You know what? I'm gonna wash my hands and get some gloves on, I think. All right. Should have had this on. Should have had these on from the beginning. All right, so this is purple, violet, however you want to call it. In the manual, it's purple. So this is part of the starter circuit. It's a 12 gauge wire. And what I'm going to do is from the end of the bulkhead, from the connector side of the bulkhead, I'm going to measure all the way out to the very end of the connector. This is actually going to give me a little bit longer length than what the actual wire is, but I think that's acceptable and gives you a little fudge room if you make a mistake or if you cut one a little short. So I'm just going to do the best I can at measuring this out, starting with the connector. I think I'll do it every 1 foot. There's a foot. There's another. There's 3. Let's call that 4 feet, 1.5. So then I go over to my length. I'm going to put 4 foot, 1.5. All right, so there is that. Let's go ahead and finish that off. The other 2 circuits in here. So this is the 2 wires for the fusible link. This is interesting. I'll measure this out. Both of these are going to end up being the same length. Yeah, so if I measure one, I've measured both, at least for that circuit, so that's good. All right. 4 foot, 3 inches. And again, back over. So that's a fusible link. Both of those are 4 foot, 3 inches. All stock length on that. And then I'm going to end up getting the red power wire in 12 gauge. I'm going to order a bunch to be able to make sure. Probably end up getting like a 25-foot run of that, just so I have plenty to run, because I think there's a couple of these power feeds, and over on the harness that's on the other side of the car, I got to figure out what to do with that, because where it runs into the firewall, it looks a bit more permanent. I got to figure out how much I want to delve into that side. This is the side I'm particularly worried about right now, so I'll leave that. All right, so this is the power connection side, so we'll get to that. So we've got our red power. Let's do, what is this? Let's feed this back through here. All right, so this is alternator. This is the oil pressure sending unit, and This is the connector that goes to the coolant temp sensor that feeds the reading on the gauges. All right, so let's do the alternator first. Let's find that on my list, right with the starter. Okay, so we're doing, let's get this up out of the way here. Charging alternator, you got the red wire for the alternator. That's just a little tiny, it's a little tiny guy. So if I get like, I think the shortest I can buy that is like at least 5 feet. That's 16 gauge, so I'm not worried about that. So the brown wire, which is 18, let's get that wire measured out. That's 5 foot and 7.5. 5 foot, 7.5. So that's the brown. 5 foot, 7.5. All right, and I'm just going to go through and measure them all, just the very same way as that. And then once I have all those out, put all my lengths down in the book. I'll have all my stock lengths for all of these wires that go to all the different sensors, connectors, whatever that may be. And again, let's move this over. You can see this ridiculous looking thing. So basically what I did was I just duct taped the connector to a big hunk of metal that I had, just so it would hold it and I could actually stretch the wire out and not have this thing flop everywhere. So it looks all boogered up, but that's what I did. And what I'm doing is I'm measuring, I'll turn this around. So this is the bulkhead. I'm measuring from the very end of the bulkhead. So the connectors are recessed in there, but this little, what is that, maybe it gives me like an extra 1.5 inches. It's my wiggle room. I think if you built the harness and like the wires were like maybe an inch longer than what there were stock, it's not going to be some huge deal. When you're talking about a factory harness, you're kind of routing it all over the place. It looks like spaghetti laying on top of the engine anyway. I hate that. But anyway, that's my whole strategy, is you measure from the end of the connector all the way to the end of the connector on the other side. That gives you that little bit of wiggle room on the way around. So anyway, I'm going to break this up into a bunch of little videos, and I think at the end I'll stitch them together into one big all-inclusive video. So I hope you learned something from this, and it's not all that difficult. You just got to take it wire by wire. It's not necessarily rocket science. It's just patience. It's a dirty, cruddy, nasty work, because all that gooey electrical tape and you run across stuff on the inside. I've already seen like duct tape in a couple of places now. Anyway, I'm going to be out here for a little bit doing this, and it doesn't make for good videoing. So I'm going to stop it here. And then the next video, I'm going to have all these lengths measured out. So then I'll know what all that is. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take every individual circuit, like this circuit that runs all the way out that has the alternator and everything, and in place of the conduit I just stripped off, I'm just going to take a couple of little pieces of electrical tape, and I'm going to tape these back together so it keeps them basically together in the harness. And then once I get it into the car and I start routing this stuff, then I can decide, do these two need to be together or not? I don't know, and I'll figure out all that routing stuff when it's in the vehicle. And my intention is, like, let's take the coolant sensor. So what I'm going to do is, if I put the coolant sensor in place of where it's going to be on the intake manifold, and then I take my brand new connector that I bought to replace this, and I pop that into the, or even this one maybe, I don't know, clean this one up. But anyway, so this goes onto the engine on the intake manifold. If I cut the wire and give myself some room on this side and some room on this side, I can take this wire and route it whatever hidden way that I want to go to get to that coolant sensor. And then whatever that gap is in between, I'm just going to take just bulk wire, and I'm going to tape it onto the wires on this side, and then tape it to the pig lead, the leads on the other side. And basically I'll have extended the harness out however much I need. And then what I'm going to do is go back, it's a long and tedious process, but go back then and measure each one of those with my cut wires and my extensions put into them. And then I can measure all these wires, and then I can order all the wire that I need to make this. And when that time comes, I found a company that makes just about every color combination and stripe that you can think of. Definitely everything that I'm going to need for this, all in one place. So I'm going to make one giant order from them and order everything that I need. All right, so with everything kind of loosely bolted up, let's lay the harness down in here. So it's got to go from right in here. I'll just kind of jam that in place like that. Okay, so this goes down to portioning valve. That stays the same length. I'm not worried about that. Let's get these out of the way. These are all the connections that go to the wiper motor. Those are going to stay the same length. So we got all our lights and the horns. Come up over here. Let's just flop those down in there for right now. This looks like spaghetti mess, but trust me, I have a plan here. All right, so let's get all these. There we go. All right, white and pink. These both go to the distributor. They're pretty much going to stay the same length. I'm not going to worry too much about them right this second. That's going to be fine. So it's all this stuff that's going to head up to the front of the car. Headlights, and then all my connections for compressor and alternator and all my sensors. So I was thinking at one time about popping a hole over here somewhere and then just running the wire behind the fender, this inner fender, over to where the horns are. But I'm thinking just that the hassle with that might be more headaches than what I need. And I think if I run it right down in this corner, it should be fine. So I have some old cheap 1-inch conduit. So I'm gonna kind of run everything down into this so we can get a healthy idea where all this stuff is going. Come on, get in there. I think 1 inch is going to be the right size to have all this stuff flow in. Seems to fit it quite well. So the horns go in here. Those are going to stay the same length. That seems to be all right. Let's just take them right out of there. The lights are going to be interesting because I'm running relays. I'm going to put a set of relays down here and run a heavier gauge wire out to the lights straight from the battery through a relay. So that should help with the brightness on them. So let's feed this up. This just tucks down in here and rides right along that inner fender. That will kind of just be out of the way. That might work. Now just put some clips to hold that in place. Subscribe, like, share, all the things you know you want to. Well, I actually stopped things for a little bit and scratched my head about it. And yeah, well, running the conduit in between here kind of puts it out of the way. But this is more or less where stock how they ran it. It's where the harness, it's kind of spaghetti because you had stuff going out this way connecting the sensors, and there's a line that went across the other side to the AC power, and so you only had one of the two circuit runs coming this way, and it was basically all the headlight stuff. And there's starter and wires, but I don't know. I think I am going to end up cutting an access hole down in here and then running it on the inside of this inner fender and then come back out of the access point over here where the horns are. I just need to cut the hole big enough to get this socket through. This looks like it's the biggest socket. So as long as I can get this socket through that access hole, I can one at a time put everything through, and that should run it. So that should be fine. What a mess. All right, so found some spare wire that I had laying around, and I'm going to use this to kind of gauge where I'm going to have to add additional run to it. So if I'm going to run that access through the other side of this and run the whole harness through there, I'm going to add 1 foot onto the entire, all the wires, the entire circuit, everything, all of them. Just account for 1 foot to get in and back out on this side, and that's what I'm going to do. I want to try to run stuff down the frame. With the headers and the way that mini starter is set up, it's going to be hard running the wires back the other way into the back and up to the blocks. So I think I'm going to run it down, come out where the horn access hole is, run it on this side of the battery, and then around down to the frame. There's enough holes in this frame I can put in some of those plastic round snap clips that you hold harness in, and I can run it down the frame and then right down in front of the engine mount and then over to the starter and run it like that. That should work. Yeah, I think that'll work fine. I might even put a connector somewhere in here, somewhere where I can just, you're only talking 3 wires. So if I get a heavy duty connector, I can unplug these 3 wires in case the engine, I don't even want to say it, in case the engine has to come back out. I want to make it so like I can just pop a connector here and then not have to actually lay on the ground and unbolt that stuff. So I'm trying to make it kind of user friendly. I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, so all of this is going to end up coming out and then go around the other side. So let's start with this. So you've got the coolant sensor for the gauges, oil pressure sensor also for the gauges, and then the wire for the alternator connector. So all this is going to end up down here. And so it's going to come out roughly in this area down here. So I'm gonna also work that down to this frame and then around, and then there is an access hole through this bracket on the other side of the power steering pump, and it's right down in here. There's an access hole on the other side. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have the wire come down through here, fish around past the power steering pump on the back side of it, out through that hole and then up to the sensors and then to the back of the alternator. So let me move the camera a little bit so you can actually see a little bit more what I'm doing here. So hopefully this is a little bit better. So there is, like I said, there's an access port right here. So if that basically sits in behind the power steering pump, it's there. I have to find some way to secure that, but that's enough line to get through to pressure sensor. I got to drill into the intake side or the water passage side over here for the coolant sensor, since there isn't a sensor opening there, and then all the way over here to make it to, let's just stick that in there so it doesn't go anywhere. So let's give myself a little bit of lead here, and then it comes down and over, and it'll meet up with these. So let's say right there. All right, that is more than enough length for that to come through. So there are those sensor wires, and all I want to do is tape these two together so I know all three of these wires have to be increased in length by the length of this extra wire. So we'll just tape those together so we have them. All right, so that's locked in. Okay, so an extra foot for the entire run, and then this extra length for all three of these wires. So I can take that, throw it off to the side. Same thing with this. So this is going to run, and I got to get down to the starter. All right, hold. All right, so if I push that wire, that's a good amount of length past where the starter's actually at. So that gives me some breather room down there. So that'll come up on this frame, come around here, straight down at this point. All right, so hold that there. Here's my power wires. So it's going to have to come up, give it a little extra room there, and then fish down to, yeah. All right, so if I cut that right there, and I'm being very, very generous. I'd rather have too much than not enough. That would be bad if I if I did all this and everything started coming up short. So here are your starter wires, fusible link, all that, and this guy. Where did I slap my tape off to? Luckily, quite a few of these, they're all going in the same direction to the same place. Makes it easy. All right, so now you've got all the starter wire, it's all that. Take that off to the side. Everything that is left is all this stuff that goes down past the battery. There's an opening in the core support. All this stuff gets fed through it, and then it runs along the front side of the core support, all in this area underneath the front, and it's hidden. So that'll work well to get to the other side. And all this stuff, since I'm going to be hooking up all the turn signal lamps, the marker lights, all that stuff is staying exactly the same. The length that's on here, plus 1 foot for the whole C100 circuit, all that stuff stays the same. And actually, these two wires, beige and the light green, these two wires, tan, beige, whatever you want to call it, tan and light green, these two are your high and low beam wires. Now what I'm doing is back here on somewhere on, I don't know, I have to pick a spot, but somewhere on the core support, I'm going to have the relays. So all this has to do is basically make it to this point here, and then it's going to go to relays. What I'm trying to do is I'm taking the headlights out of the light switch that's in the car. So normally what happens is you turn the lights, hit the switch, turn the lights on, and the power goes through the switch and back out and to your lights. What I'm going to do is bypass that. So these two wires that come from the switch, all they're going to do is activate the relay. And then the relay is going to send a 12 gauge wire straight from battery positive to the headlights. Should make them brighter, and it should help save that switch. So yeah, so all that has to do is make it here. I've got all that line, and I'm just going to, I'll figure out how much, like right from the end of where it comes out of this conduit that I put together, anything past that is what I don't need. That'll be enough to get to this point for the relay, and then I have the 12 gauge wire. So, and everything else in this run is going to stay exactly the same. So that is pretty much done for me. That's all going to stay the same. So the only thing that is left is this guy here. For your AC power, that's on the other side of the car, on the passenger side. This is the main plug. Some of you guys may be familiar with this because sometimes this thing will actually burn up a little bit. So this normally would have traveled either behind the carburetor or something along this path and over to the front of the AC box, and it would plug into there, and then this would plug into ECM. And let's see, you've got your AC compressor relay, and then you've got your actual AC compressor wire. So I'm not running an ECM on this, so I don't need the ECM connector, and I don't need the relay connector. So basically what happens is when you turn the AC on in the car, they did this for a while, so the ECM actually has the final say on whether you get to have your AC come on or not, depending on load conditions or whatever. So, because I think these 307s that these cars came with. Now, the one that was in mine was a hydraulic roller cam, and it was probably on the higher side of what they offered in horsepower, which still wasn't much. It was just about just enough to break the wheels, and you could like do a little tiny burnout, but that's about it. So there would, I believe it was on the gas pedal somewhere, but there was a throttle switch. So basically, if you gave it full throttle, then ECM was like, oh, he's trying to actually make this junky engine move. So what it would do is it would cut off the ground, and it would cut your compressor off. So whenever you bashed it to the floor, it would cut the compressor off, so the thing would actually get out of its own way. It was just for my application unnecessary. So basically, from now on, when I turn the AC on, the power is just going to go straight to the AC compressor, and it's going to have its ground, and it's just going to run. So I need to get this wire and this connector all the way over to the other side, but I'm not going to cross the engine. I'm actually going to run this in the same conduit and harness as would run along the front side of the core support with the headlight wiring. So I'm just going to run this thing the entire length, which means that from this point all the way over to the other side, to the other fender, has to be run through the front. So this is going to be the longest run that I'm going to have to increase, is this power wire that goes to the other side. So let me turn the camera again, and we'll kind of see how that works out. All right, so this is what I'm trying to get to. This connector right over here. Normally it would be over in this area somewhere and plug up and just like lay over the valve cover and look horrible. We're not doing that. So I am going to run this down behind this cooler. And actually, you know what? There is an access point on this side for the wiring for the power antenna. So I can sneak right through there behind this and come out of this access port over here and we actually plug that in. That's not a bad idea. I think I might do that. Or at least figure out how much wire I would need if in fact that's what I wanted to do. So it's going to come up through here. Let's say, give myself some extra room. Let's say it would be that much. Right, because there's plenty of length here, so that should work. So that will come out in this area here, and then it comes up, it runs along the front, work with me here. It runs along the front here. All right, let's get this fit in through here. I don't want to let go of that. There we go. So that runs along same route as the rest of the wiring. Give myself a little extra room. Okay, so about that much. There we go. All right. Let's yank this all out. All this wiring will go along with this power cord. All right, we'll just tape this bad boy up on both sides. Now here's where it gets interesting, because once I sit down and I figure out all the length of all this wire, then waiting game starts, because I've got to order this stuff and have it shipped out to me. Some of it is possibly going to be special order, because I want every single wire to be color coded just the way the factory did it. So that way, if I ever have an issue with this, if I have a wiring problem, if I have anything that goes wrong, I can use the same diagnostic charts, the same test procedures that you would for a stock harness. So all the, except for the length of the wire, all this stuff is going to be the same. If I got to check the green wire white stripe, it's the same color, it's the same stripe. That's what I want to try to do, try to make this as easy to maintain and work on as I can. So yeah, that's what we're going to do. So the entire harness gets 1 foot plus whatever is in the wire there. See, wiper motor, that all stays the same. Wires to the back of the distributor, that's enough there for that. Wire down to proportioning valve. Horn wire's good, and I took care of the rest. So yeah, that's everything. So now I just got to measure, do some simple math and add, and then get on the phone and order this stuff. Now, I'm probably going to have even more than what I've kind of laid out for myself, because I think, if I remember right, most of this stuff you had to order in like 5 foot lengths. So it'd be 5, and then if you wanted more, it'd be 10, that type of thing. So I'm probably going to have plenty of wire for no matter what I want to do. Good. Good. All right. Well, that is it. And I almost forgot this little guy, the compressor connector wires. So anyway, so if I've got to go through this access point behind the fender and then up to that access point back there where the antenna wiring comes out. So if the plug, because I want the plug outside, I don't want it inside the fender, I want it out. So if the plug is sticking out, that means the compressor wires are going to have to come all the way back to this point and then out. So I've kind of made up for that length by this, because the compressor wire will reach somewhere in this area. So I just kind of fudge the wire a little bit. So the wire would come down, it would actually come through the inner fender and out here. I'd loop it around this way down to the frame, and I'm kind of giving myself a little extra loop there. And then up through the back, there's space where the bracket is at, and then right around to the connector, and I've actually given myself a little bit more room. So now I've gotten everything. Whew, man, almost forgot that little guy. All right. Okay, let me get a seat here. All right, how do I start? Let's start with this. So this is just an order sheet that's put together just by hand to get all this stuff listed together I need to buy. So what I went through doing on the computer was mapping out the entire harness. So I measured all the stock lengths and I wrote all that stuff down. So then I knew anything coming off of the C100 fuse block terminal, add an extra inch to it on this side, and then I'd have to add up all the additional measurement stuff that I did. So I just kind of went through, and there's pages of this because I just outlined every single circuit, and any place that I measured additional wire, I would just write out, oh, I need 10.5 feet of that or whatever. So this is just for my own well-being, to be able to go through and get everything straight for my measurements. So let's go through the catalog. I think I'll just start breaking stuff out. So if you've heard of power braid, that's the stuff that Painless Wiring sells, and all it is it's just plastic wire loom, but it's that it's the new looking stuff. It's not like that cheap like conduit stuff you saw me messing with when I was doing the measurements. So I just went through and I got a little bit of everything to kind of cover whatever I may need as far as getting the wires into a loom. So they're all 10-foot lengths of 1/8, 1/4, 3/8. What is this? 1/2 inch, 3/4, and 1 inch. And I think that should cover everything. And this is all Alex Tech. Got this right on Amazon. So, and it came really quick. So, happy about that. So then I got, let me go through my list. All I do is I printed out all the different receipts. It's a lot. It's a ton. Let me go through that. All right, let me get some of this stuff out of the way. All right, so if you're not familiar with like your regular wiring, so there's 3 different styles of wiring, and it's all basically it's based off of the polyethylene covering that is over the wire. So you've got TXL, basically what you're dealing with automotive stuff, TXL, GXL, and SXL. So TXL, which like if you go to Painless Wiring or something like that, their harness is all going to be TXL, which is it's a thin wall polyethylene covering. And what I did was I just upgraded a little bit. I went with GXL, which they call their standard wall. And then you got a SXL, which is the thick wall stuff. So I just went GXL. It's just a little bit, maybe it's a little bit stiffer than the TXL stuff, but it's not a huge deal. So I'll leave a link in the description to all the web pages that I went to purchase all this stuff. This is from DC Wire Supply, and I actually bought this off of eBay. So I had to buy a 25-foot run. Here's one of the things I like. If you've messed with automotive wire enough, you'll be familiar with the wire. If it's black with a white trace wire like this, the wire just goes straight down the whole length of the covering. So if you have it arranged in a certain way, it would just look like black wire. You would have to actually physically get in there and rotate it around. And you're like, oh, it's a white stripe, there it is, which can sometimes, depending on where you're at, be irritating. So I think this is kind of a cool upgrade. All the striped wire that I'm going to get, it's spiral striped. So no doubt figuring out what that is black wire with a white stripe. So I kind of like that. That's me, but it makes it easier to see. I like that. So anyway, so this came off of eBay. That's 25 foot of that. That's 12 gauge. That's for the ground wire on one of the headlight assemblies. I am going to put one of these. You might recognize this if you've messed with GM cars. This is a remote battery terminal. Let me pop it open. So it's got a couple of holes to run your wire through, a large one, small one, and it's got a main stud in here that's insulated from the bottom. So this thing, I think this is on like 90s and up. Like you'd see it on SUVs a lot and stuff like that. So there'd be a spot on the fender that had the slot cut for this, and it basically just went in and snapped down, and then you could run like a primary wire, like a positive wire from the battery to this, and then run accessories off of this or whatever it happened to be. So I think I'm going to do that with this just to limit the amount of wires jammed up on the battery. So this also came from Amazon. Put that over there. All right, so we go to 12 gauge wire. This is the red and the black 12 gauge that I need. I think I ended up needing like 33 feet of the red, just with everything, because there's two red primary wires that go from the C100 bulkhead connector all the way out. It's going to go around the whole front of the car and over to the passenger side, so it's going to supply power to the AC. Plus there's one that comes out, and so it's a bunch of it. So that's good. So this came from CE Auto Electric Supply, and I got a bunch of my wiring through there. You could order this stuff for them. You could order this stuff by the foot. Some places will have it where it's you just have to make a choice. You 5 foot, 10 foot, or 20 foot lengths, 25 foot lengths. So for this, I was actually lucky because they sold it by the foot, and it was a decent price. So that's not bad. So that's a good bulk of the wire that I need to fix this up. Another one, this I ordered earlier. This is also from C&E Auto Electric Supply. These are all the different male and female terminals. So you've got 3 different terminals on this harness. So you got 280, 480, and 630. 630 being the biggest. This is the stuff for your heavy gauge, like your 12 and 10 gauge wire. There's no 10 gauge on this. It's a heavy duty size for that, and it accepts the 12 gauge wire at the bottom, and 480 like your medium duty stuff, like I think 16 and 18 gauge. And then I've got the smaller stuff. I think there's some on these those are male and female ends, but I also have some 280 that I ordered. You know what, this is for another project. I'll talk about that later. They also had the positive and negative side terminal kit that you can put on the battery. So I picked one of those up. Let's see. Okay, so if you remember that connector, that the AC power connector, that thing, the way it's put together, it's kind of open at both ends, so it allows moisture and water to get in there, and it can cause corrosion. And if the corrosion gets bad enough, then you could possibly run into an overheat situation with the connector. I've heard stories of guys that say those things melt because they get overheated. So I decided to get one of these. So this is a 3-way 630 Metropack connector. It can handle up to, I think, 42 or 43 amps, more than enough for what I got. But it's the type where it's watertight. It has a seal on it. So when you put this thing together, it's sealed on both ends. I just think it'll probably end up working out better. These are all my relays. That goes along with that inline fuse. The relays are for another project. That is for my headlights. So I'm going to run the high beams through relays. So we'll worry about that later. So we'll get on to other stuff. So I've got, this is from Napa. All right, so this is it's plug and play. It's a conversion connector. It plugs your old alternator connector into what I'm going to use, which is the alternator style from the S10. So it plugs it right in. I'm probably going to end up cutting this off. It's got an inline diode that I think is supposed to excite the wire for your gauge inside the car for your amp lights. Anyway, so that came from Napa. Pop that back in there. I just ordered a roll of solder. Going to need that for putting these connections together. From Wi-Fi. This also came from Amazon. Just a huge pack of black and red heat shrink. I think this is 4:1 shrink ratio. Also got a set of these, also from Amazon, and this is a bunch of different sizes for those click connectors that you push it into the hole and it stays in place, and you snap that around the wire loom, kind of holds it in place. You see these on a lot of GM cars, so end up getting a big set of that. Ring terminals, I just bought a big kit. Not going to use most of this, but this stuff is good to have. So it was pretty cheap and came, it's a 330 piece kit. So I think that's from Hayestronica, whatever that is. Oh, this is a good one. This is Tessa tape. So high-end cars, like, I don't know, BMWs, Porsche, stuff like that, you will see this tape used on the harness. So if you use electrical tape, if you've ever had to take one of those back apart, the heat will make the glue on the electrical tape kind of melt, and it gets gooey and it's a big mess. And this doesn't do it. It's kind of a cloth type of tape. It's just way better. If you ever go to any electric shops, that's probably what they're going to be using, something like that. Okay. Also from Hayestronica, I got a set of butt connectors, all different sizes. There's quite a few butt connections in this wiring harness, so I'm not going to outthink the project too much on that. So if there was a butt connector on the harness, there's going to be a butt connector in the same fashion that goes back on the one that I put together. And then the only difference is, I think I said this when I was disassembling the harness. I was like, oh man, this thing is all boogered up because it had like duct tape on it. And I was like, someone's gotten to this somewhere. But when I started taking all the conduit off and like going through and like taking some of the tape and stuff on, a lot of the butt connectors had that silver duct tape looking tape on it. And so either somebody rebuilt the entire harness to put all those butt connectors in there, which I don't think is the case, because if you look in the manual, or if you look in the shop manual, it shows you where all those splices are. And So they must have used duct tape or something like it. Anyway, so I apologize. That case, that harness is probably bone stock. Let's see. So now we're down to a bunch of the different connectors. So you got a couple of these. Those are the marker light connectors. I just decided to go ahead and get new for all this stuff. A lot of this stuff, when you take it apart, it's corroded. This is, these two are both for the wiper motor. Two different numbers. But yeah, it's wiper motor stuff. Here is your AC connector. It's almost correct. It's a green and black wired. I think it's a light green and with a black stripe. So I don't know. I don't want to. Some of this stuff I'm going to have to be kind of creative because I don't want to take this stuff apart because there's a. You've ever seen one of these things without the covering on it? There's like a small diode in there that goes across the two connectors. So I just don't want to mess with that stuff. So I'm probably going to somewhere just up here above it, I'm going to go ahead and change it over to the light green and black stripe and put a little heat shrink on it, and you'll never know that it's actual green and black going into the connector. That'll be fine. Let's see. The wiring connector that goes to the oil pressure sensor. No, I'm sorry. To the coolant sensor. Coolant sensor. This is the, fell out of the bag. I don't know where the bag is. This is the oil pressure sensor. And this is interesting. It's a gray wire. I would like to change this out, but I don't know. Like if I get in there, I don't want to mess this thing up, but there's got to be a way. There's got to be something that you do a little push pin into, and then you feed the wire out the front, obviously, because there's no way to get the connector to the back. But anyway, figure that out. That's wire pressure sensor. 2 lengths of fusible link for the 2 fusible links going down to the starter. I got an extra connector that's 630 Metro Pack. I'm thinking that for the wires, the 12 gauge wires, I think there's a purple and 2 red that go down to the starter, and there's also the main battery cable that goes down there. But I'm thinking maybe for access reasons, like I said, I don't want to take this engine back out, but just in case I do, it would be nice if those wires were just on a connector like this, and instead of having to get on the ground and go underneath and fish behind there and get to the starter wires and get them disconnected and pull that out of the way, I could literally just pop this connector off, take that part of the harness, flop it onto the engine, and then just pull the thing out with the wires right on it. That's just ease of operation for me. So I may or may not do that, but I got a connector to cover it. More, these are, so here, let me get one of these out. So these are the replacement headlight connectors. And the connector that's in there, I believe, because the old ones the connectors that are in here, the push connectors, they're 280, the GM 280 connectors. But there's 2 different styles. There's like your normal, I don't know if normal's the word, but there are 2 different styles, and one of them is a 280 series Metro Pack, and then you also have what's called a GT 280. I'm not sure exactly. It's my first time messing with this stuff, so not exactly sure if it's the GT 280, the regular 280 that I need. But I got a set of both just to make sure that no matter what this thing needs, it's not gonna slow me down. Because these wires are not 12 gauge, so I'm gonna have to take these apart and re-pin everything with 12 gauge wire. Because I'm gonna run 12 gauge to it. It's gonna be 12 gauge positive going to the lights. Plus these are all black wire, so that's gonna go, and it's gonna be the factory colors. So I got a bunch of those in there. I even got a little set of connectors. These are the connectors that are on the horn wire that plug into the 2 spades on the horns. So I went ahead and got that. And what is this guy? That's another one of the marker lights. Yeah, so that is all the parts so far, and it's not quite everything because there is another 6 runs of wire. 3 of them are striped and 3 of them are solid, coming from 2 different companies. One of them was Wire Barn. That's where the solid came from. And then 4R Custom Wire Supply, which does a lot of work with Harley Davidsons, but they sell GXL wire, and they sell the stripe stuff, which is exactly what I need. They have multiple colors and multiple stripe options. So that stuff is coming, but it won't be here till next week sometime. So anyway, that is a huge pile of stuff to make a wiring harness, and that's not all of it. And then that's not including all the wire that I'm going to need to run. I have that too. I got a large run of 12 gauge tan and light green that go for the headlights. So I got a mock-up. That'll be a separate harness. So I think I'm just trying to deal with the engine harness that's in the car, run all the wires with the extended leads, get it through the fenders on both sides, have that looking nice, and then I'm going to worry about doing the headlights. I also got to wire up the electric cooling fans. So yeah, bunch of stuff left to do. I didn't realize exactly how much all this stuff was because, like I said, I've been putting this stuff together for months and months, and everything. It's one of those things where it just kind of nickel and dimes you to death. So these things are only like, oh, these are like $1.60 a piece or something. So I got 4 of them for like 5 something or whatever it was. And then, oh, these things are only like $2 or $3. And then some of the connectors were a little pricey. I think one of them was like $12. And then you get into some of these wire things and like, oh, this is only $10. Let me get a thing of those. I'm going to need them. Butt connectors. Those are $12. Let me get a set of those. And then after everything is done and I listed everything out and I looked at the price, this is like just over $455. Yeah. This hobby isn't cheap. I'll tell you that right now. So when you go on to Painless Wiring's website and you see you can get a front to back harness that covers your engine harness, the dash, the fuse block, all the wires that go back, tail lights, headlights, all that stuff, and it's like $860. Yeah, well, they're not marking it up a lot, because I mean, I'm in for $450 or more, and this is just the wiring harness by itself, just one side of it, not even the fuse block. But when I'm done building the car and I'm driving it and I'm having fun, okay, I'm digressing here, I'm running my mouth, but I was looking, because I got to do all the body work on this car, and I'm going to actually do the body work and the paint and everything. So most of this stuff is new for me, but I am going to do it. I was looking at some of the weather stripping and stuff for the car, the trunk weather strip. There's some companies where you can buy like the door window weather strip and the trunk as like a kit. It's like, $200 and something. But went on to gbodyforum.com, and apparently a lot of that stuff just does not fit very well. So so the one guy said the best thing to do is if you can find GM OE stuff, you're going to pay for it, but it's worth getting versus some of the aftermarket stuff that just plain doesn't fit right. And I don't know. There's a lot of companies out there. I've heard good things about steel rubber. And their website actually said that the window seals were updated. So I'm not sure what that means. They didn't describe what that means, but that was a big complaint. Was like the window seals were too thick, and the window had a hard time going up, and then it wouldn't seal right, and it was all kinds of stuff, and you had to like slam the door shut to get it to close. So one of the guys on the forum actually made this statement, and I think it's true. So he said, it may cost you 3 times the amount that you would pay for the aftermarket seals. But he says 5 years from now, when the car is done and you're driving it, you're not thinking about that. You're just thinking about how the windows seal, and how the door shuts the way it should, and all those things. So he said, you don't think about like the money you had to pay to get that after the project's done and you're enjoying the car. So I don't know. I guess to justify this, I'm using the same kind of logic. So yeah, I probably could have just taken the harness that was there and just like cleaned it up and looked at it and just added the length onto it that I wanted to, and then just splice it together and had been done with it. But if you finish a car up and it costs you close to $30,000 by the time it's all done, and then the harness melts and it burns the car to the ground, you don't think about the money that you saved. You think about the car that you lost. So for me, this was something that I wanted to do just because I wanted to make sure that that harness in the engine bay, which takes probably the most abuse out of all the wiring in the car, because it's just subjected to hot and cold cycles, water, snow, rain, just whatever you can think of. Yeah, it just, for me, it was a peace of mind knowing that the whole thing is going to be a new harness by the time I'm done. So if something happens after that, it's my fault. And it's my fault for something that I did, not something that I didn't do. So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Anyway, I'm going to load all this stuff back in the box because I think there's nothing left to talk about. I've run my mouth enough as it is. I just wanted to go through all the different stuff that it takes to do one of these. If you wanted to replace every connector and do the wiring and do it right, I guess is the way to put it. I'm looking at it also as I've never rebuilt a harness before, and it was something I wanted to do. So I'm paying for my education, I guess, let's put it that way. Like everything else, I've been paying for my education all my life. So anyway, that's everything in a box. $455. Yeah, so there's a bunch of the tools, bunch of different connectors, 280, 480, 630. Those are all the connectors that go for that. A couple of pin-out tools, and look what I've got. I've got 1/2, because it's in half. I got 1/2 of the wiring harness, all wired and pinned out. Yeah, so let's see how we did it. All right, so let's go ahead and get this connector apart. This is 2 pieces, one big molded piece and then another piece that fits into it, so we can actually split these 2 harnesses apart, make it a little bit easier to work on. So all you need is a little flat blade screwdriver, because it's just some pins on the back, some plastic pins that hold the thing together, so it's not all too bad. All right, so let's get these covers off. These are just held in plastic clips. So there that is. Pack full of dielectric grease, I imagine. So we'll have to clean all that out. Let's get the other one off. Same process. There are, oh, no, I might have to take this whole thing out. Okay, so we get around here. See, it's these clips here. So this just needs to pop up, and then you can, well, you pop those 2 clips and you push this forward, and then it'll go out through this slot. You can just turn it and the wires will come right out. So let's see if I can get this side, push that forward. There we go, out of the hook. So there, so that side's let go. Just do the same thing over here. And again, if you're doing this, well, this is all 20-year-old stuff, 30-year-old, so make sure you're careful. Don't pry too hard. So now that comes off, right? So it just goes in and snaps in place. And I'm pretty sure, let me make sure, can't put it in upside down. Yeah, because it doesn't want to fit. So it only goes in one way. So that's good. So now, and this is the same thing, see if you can see that. There are just tabs on either side, and this cover pops off the same way the other one did. So I'll take this one, put it aside. So now we're just going to deal with our one connection here. Our one half of C100. This is where most of your heavy gauge wires are. You just take this and slide it right down out of the way. So I think first thing I want to do, get this over here, is use a little contact cleaner, like spray some of this down, and then it's a good thing. Whenever you finished with your old toothbrush, instead of throwing it away, they all migrate out to my garage to use as small scrubbing tools until, well, they can't go any farther. Oh, this stuff is hard as a rock. Oh, that's nice. And this stuff is gummed up really good. Well, that was a mess, but I think I got it cleaned up to the point that that's all I'm going to do. That stuff was like tar, but I think I'm going to, most of the slots on the C100 on that, at least that side, are open. So I'm not cleaning everything out of there just to have to repack it with something to make it watertight. So I cleaned up the terminals, and that's all I think I'm going to do. So let's talk about the tools. So in order to make my connections, I'm using a Wi-Fi crimper. These things are really nice because they're ratcheted. So you don't have to like use your full pressure all the time. It ratchets. If you make a mistake, there's actually a little lever in there that you can push forward and it'll release it. But basically, you squeeze this thing, and then once you completely squeeze the two parts together, the ratchet releases, you release it, and there's your thing. The jaws are removable, so there's multiple things that you can buy to put in here. If you're using like those, the blue and yellow and red, like the insulated terminals, they make ones for those. They make them for spark plug wires, like for doing stuff like that, for the butt connectors, and this is for these Delphi connectors. And you just change the jaws out and you do what you want. So let's take a look at, so here's a connector, right? So you've got, there's a portion where the wire goes in, and this portion back here grabs onto the insulation of the wire, keeps it from pulling out. So these jaws are made to do both of those crimps at the same time. So let me put one in, I'll show you what I'm talking about. So you can actually set this up in the jaw and it crimps both parts. So it's really cool. So, and it's got enough to where it grips it, and you can see how this shape in the back, the way it's fluted, it just folds the crimp right around both sides onto your wire, and then you get a perfect crimp. So let's grab some wire and we'll put this back into our jaws, and then we'll actually crimp one of these. So with it positioned into the jaw, I can ratchet this thing down to now it's captured in there. So now I can feed my wire in. Let's make sure this end is straight. Feed my wire in, and then I can look on the other side, make sure that it's in just right, and then now squeeze it all the way down. It releases. Pry that out, and there's your crimp. Completely grabbed, everything is in place. You could even drop a little bit of solder right on that for to make sure that it holds well, but that's not going anywhere. And it's not coming out. quick word on soldering. So if you decide you're going to solder your connection, seen a lot of them. You put the tip down onto it, you melt a little right onto the tip, goes down onto your connector, and you're done, right? That is not how I learned, because what you want is you want the heat from the end of this iron to heat up the wire, and then you come from the other side of it, and then the heat will wick the wire, the solder, into the connection, right? So that's how I've always learned to do it. So what I do is I come from the back side and I keep testing until this thing gets hot enough. Now, when I add my solder, it wicks down into the wire. And we'll let it sit here. And that bubble will wick itself down into the wire. There you go. And now you've got a nice, strong solder connection that's not going to trouble you. Let's get it out of this tape. Okay, so then what you have is you actually have the solder wicked into the wire and the connector, and the heat from heating it up pulled it into it. Instead of like just touching the end of the iron, what happens is it heats it up to a blob, but in the second that it hits this cold wire, it flashes onto the surface, and it doesn't actually go into the wire. So this actually gets you a nice, strong solder joint that's not going to go anywhere. So this is the tool that I'm going to be using, or tools, from JR Ready. And it's the pin tools. These two especially are going to handle my 280, 480, and 630 pins. So let me grab this out of here to show you what I'm talking about. So you can see on the pin, it's got this little tab that sticks up. Well, when it's in the connector, that tab grabs a little ridge, and that way it can't come back out. So from the front side, this tool goes in, and it's just wide enough to hit that tab, and then you push it down, pushes the tab flat, and the connector comes out. So that's how you tackle most of those things. So onto the connector, I'm going to depin this pink wire. Pink wire goes to the distributor, and I believe that's your 12-volt signal to the distributor. So this one, I don't even think I'm going to use this end, because the distributor I'm using, it's not a HEI. But yeah, so let's look around here. So that's going to be the third 630 pin. So if I'm doing this right, that should go in. Hear that little click. So it's in place. I should be able, this thing isn't completely gummed up. So I'm showing my ignorance a little bit here. Never done one of these before. So these bulkhead connectors have what's called a lock comb. It's this blue stripe here. It's a plastic insert, and basically it when it slides into position, it goes on the underside of where these connectors are, and it's a double protection to make sure that things don't pull out. So check the other side of the harness. It has one just like it, except that one's white, this one's blue. So this is like really gummed up, but I was able to get in behind it and start pulling this out. So this has to come up for the connectors to come out. Look at that. There you go. So with that out, I bet this wire just pulls right out. There it is. Gooey as can be. but that is my pink wire. All right, so let's grab my pink wire and we're going to crimp it. I'm doing these one at a time, just so I know that I don't get any of the pins mixed up or confused. So let's go grab the pink wire. Here's the strippers I'm using. I love these just because they work so well. So you feed your wire in, it clamps onto the wire, onto the outside casing, and then as you squeeze, it just pulls the wire apart. So the hardest part is just to make sure you got the right gauge. Yeah, and the right amount of length. Strips it right off. I love that. All right, so let's see if I got the right amount of length. Yeah, so it's going to grip the wire and it's going to grip the insulator. Might be just a tad bit long, but that'll be fine. All right, so with the 630 connector trapped in the tool, I just take the wire here, feed it in, make sure it's sitting in there right where I want it. Yeah, and then just squeeze. Tool lets go. Nice crimp. All right, so we get a little puddle. Let it sit for just a little bit. Ooh, there it is. Wicks right in, like I said. There we go. Now, this takes longer. Yes, I know. But the result is way better. All right, now that is cooled down, I'm just going to put that right in. Nice and locked. One connector down and a bunch more to go. Not subscribed, you say? Everything's right down there. Get you some. These are the 480, like I think it's like a 16 to 18 gauge, or 14 to 18 gauge. And see how big those wings are? They're too big. So I've just been taking side cutters and nipping off some of the wing on it. There, that's a little bit better. What was happening was the first one I tried, the test one, it ended up not crimping this back part on the insulation as well because it was just too big and it was folding the wrong way. So I just nipped the end off a little bit of that, and then it folds over right. So one at a time, I'm going to go through and pop these pins out. Let's see. Get that right down in there. There we go. It's a little gooey, but there it is. All right. And then one at a time, I'm going to pop the new wires in so there's no mistake about where everything goes. All right. Purple next. Get that out. That's done. Green. That's green. Let's make sure that pulled up all the way. Yep. All right. Do the next 480, which is another red 12 gauge. There. center one. Tan. Make sure that's up in there. A little tug, make sure it's seated. Yep. All right, tan is done. Now the 280s. That's green and white. Brown. All right, brown to brown. Last one, white wire. Get in there, fella. There it is. White wire. That's all of them. One whole side. It's hot. It's late. I'm tired. And I think that's all for this one. So, some interesting skills. Oh, wait. Might as well put this little bad boy back in. This. Go back in and lock all of our connectors into their spot. There. All right, now I'm done. Anyway, this is Hutch from Hutch High Perf. I'm going to leave it here. Got to do the other one. It's the same thing. Crimp, solder, repin. And then it's on to figuring out all my different lengths. This is the second half of the harness. Pretty much went together the same way the other one did. So it's just a lot of depinning and stripping wire and crimping and soldering and then putting them back in. So here's one thing when I get done is I'm going to pack all these crevices of the new wires with dielectric grease before I put its little shroud back on. So let's get in to all those little crevice areas. The point is just to get some more grease back in there, help with the waterproofing. Come on. I want to get in between all these wires. Give it a good squeeze right into that area. This will make this thing nice and maybe not waterproof, but definitely water resistant. So this is the same thing I did for the first half when I was done. There we go. I made one little shot right there. So I hold it right down onto the opening and just give it a good squeeze to kind of force some of that stuff right into where the wires are, where the connectors are. All right, so with that done, your cover, it's split on the back side. So we can gather all of these wires up. And then, yeah, it goes on like that. We'll just snap these in. All right. Then we'll move this, oh, there it is, down like so. Take off that little extra grease right there. Make it look pretty. There is the second half, all done, all the wires run, everything is new. So now we can put this one back onto the other one, and then we'll get to routing it into the car and measuring and cutting and more crimping and soldering and splicing and heat shrink and all that good stuff. All right, so you can see the curve on that matches up to where the curve has to be here. So those two, just snap right in, just like that. So now we have a giant spaghetti jumble of wires, just like we did last time, except these are brand new. And I've still got to run all the conduit. But first, there are a couple of wires at the front. There is this wire that goes to the hood lamp that's up on the hood of the car. And then you've got a couple of wires that do not go into the harness. You've got a 12 gauge pink wire and white wire that go over to the distributor. Some wiper motor wires that don't follow with this, and the tan and white stripe wire that goes to your proportioning valve for the sensor down there. So I think we're going to have to go over to the car, and I got to figure out how I want to run this through the side of the inner fender well. But first things first, let's tackle that windshield wiper motor and get those connections squared away. Imagine, if you will, an automotive speed shop. There's a guy standing out in front of that place. Second guy's walking up. He's getting ready to go inside. First guy approaches him. "Excuse me, sir. Please, I could really use your help. If you have any spare money, change, anything, I'd really appreciate it. I don't have the money to feed my wife or kids. I can't pay the mortgage or the electric bill. Anything you could spare, I'd really appreciate it." Second guy looks at him. "You poor sad fella. You spent all of your money on high performance parts, and now you can't feed your family or pay your bills." And the first guy says, "Oh no, I got car money." If you laughed at that, even if you chuckled just a little bit, I think it's time that you give me a subscribe and a like.
I think you should give it to me.
So putting this over in the car, I just looked at it. It's going to be a little bit more interesting than just throwing the harness up there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ration out all these wires. I'm going to start taping them up at least a little bit so I can kind of make less of a spaghetti mess out of this and have it look more like harness. I might even put some of that conduit I bought on some of this just to kind of neaten it up a bit so it doesn't make it as difficult to handle. All right, so I need the pink, purple, gray, and green. That is, get over there. This stuff is for the windshield washer pump that goes to the motor. So I am going to kind of route this together into its own little separate run. These are the ones I'm messing with. So I'm going to start taping some of this stuff up. Stay. Got too much weight hanging over the side. There we go. So this is Tesa tape, T-E-S-A. It's better than like that regular old duct tape or electrical tape that you use. It's like a fabric to it, and the glue doesn't break down over time and turn into this gooey, nasty mess that you have to fight to try to clean up. All right, so that ought to be just enough of that. So then you've got this tan. Let's see, this little baby will hang off by itself. That's the hood light. It's a short lead. So then you've got this tan and white stripe. That goes down to that brake warning light down the proportioning valve. Let me get this. Once I kind of get this thing parsed out. But right now everything is so jumbled together. I'm trying to keep everything straight. Let's get that under there. And then under here. Get these out of the way. That out of the way. All right, so the pink and white. Going to combine that. Because these two, the pink and white, go to the distributor. And then you've got this tan and white that goes basically kind of in the same direction, but it heads down to the bottom underneath the car. So I'm going to put those in a run together because they will go into the same harness until the tan wire has to break off and head down the bottom of the car. So we'll put those together on their own run. Yeah, that'll work. All right. All right. So those are going off on their own. Everything else gets, oh, what a mess. Everything else runs together in the harness. That's going to go behind the inner fender and then route to the front of the car. So we're going to put all this stuff together, tape it up in a couple of spots, put some conduit on it to kind of keep it under control. Then I think we'll be ready to go over and start messing with it on the car. Okay, let's get all these. Those are going there, those are going there. That is what's left. All right, so I'm going to tape these up per side, and then once they're per side, I'm going to tape them together. That side. Do the same thing with these. So this is the 1-inch conduit. This is just rough. Just putting this on to kind of, I don't know, just contain this. It's so unruly. Just to take it over to the car, it's going to be so much easier if this stuff is just loomed up, at least temporarily. And like I said, this stuff will, this isn't the final call because I'm going to tape this up the whole way down to kind of make sure that this stuff is contained in different runs so it all works together. Okay, let's make sure that's all tucked in there nice. Okay, now that's better. Then you just got 2 runs out here. These go to distributor and to portioning valve, and then these go to the windshield wiper, motor, and pump. So, all right, now I think I can get over to the car and have a little bit more control over this. So it's just not flailing everywhere. I can hang the spaghetti at the bottom, just off the side of the fender, So that way it is a little bit more controllable. Now let's go to the car. All right, so let's get this laid down. All right. Oh, that stuff's going to make some noise, isn't it? All right, that's where that is going to live. Right down there. And this eventually will be behind the inner fender well. That's fine, just like that. This is distributor, and let go. We're just going to lay that off. That's going to run underneath and around where we're going. This is what we're worried about. Worried about these guys here. All right, let's lay those out. And now let's get the windshield wiper motor on so we can kind of, I think that's my spot too, where I'm going to go through the inner fender. Yeah, all right, let's get the wiper motor on. All right, there she is. I'm going to put my bolts up here. So these connectors are actually color-coded completely correct. So I think I'm actually going to save myself a little bit of time on this instead of depinning everything and having to put, I mean, it's brand new. So I think I'm just going to decide where I want to add them in. This yellow goes with this yellow, and then the other 4 wires connect to the harness that I already have. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to strip and I'm going to butt connect these to the existing wires in my harness and then call it a day. Put a little heat shrink on it and it'll be fine. So this thing is, well, it's difficult when you got everything painted and you don't want to scratch anything up. All right. Let's get this, there we go. That goes in there. Let's get one of these started. All right, that bottom bolt, I'm not even going to put that in. I just need to get the 2 at the top, just enough to get this stable. It's going to be easier to put this in without the fender on, getting in the way and me getting to that bottom bolt. All right, now the question becomes, so if that's there, this is down here. Can route these down so they meet up together right here. I can butt the 2 yellow together. That'll give it enough room to move. So that's so that's right here, like so. This doesn't have to come far at all. I'll have it snake down there a little bit. I think, yeah, ow. Right at this tape mark is where I'll cut my lines. I'll cut the leads there, and then I can just take these connectors off, but connect these 2 together, and that's 1 connection done. Many to go. All right, good. Well, I got the game plan. All right, I just decided to bring the whole daggone thing with me. So I'm going to do this one. These 2 wires need to be connected together. So got a whole little box full of different raw connectors. Let me show you. See that little notch in the center? That is the stop for the wire on both sides when you're doing the butt. So you want the wire to be just long enough to get to that point, but not have any extra hanging out the end. So when you're stripping your wire, what you want is, when this is done and you go to slip your connector in, you want to right up next to the wire. All right, if you strip the wire too long and it's hanging out like that, it'll give it a chance to do this, and eventually you may snap the wire. So you want it completely flush with your outer liner, so that way there's no movement. So what I do is I just take it and I measure it versus the outside. That is good. So now I just need to do the same strip over here on this one. I'd rather start short than get too much. I think that ought to do it right there. Just so I can get this thing perfectly flush. And that is good. All right. So now I've got my 2 wires stripped, ready to go. Let's talk about the crimper. So I used this before. This has the jaws in it that are for the Delphi connectors. That's the letter C. That's what they letter combo these. So I'm going to go to the set of jaws that you use for crushing butt connectors. And that is letter B. So these just snap right in. And it's easy. You got multiple sizes. And you just check until you find the one that this cradles down in. Right, that's too big. That's just right. So the great thing is I can put this in, lock it in place. So now it's locked, captured right where I want it. So then I can take, all right. Have you ever been working on, a brake line and get that perfect flare? And then right after you're done, you look down at your feet and you see the nut that should have been on there. Yeah, so what you don't want to do is get your heat shrink before you get this thing together. So I just want enough to give me a little room on both sides. I can center this. I don't need that much. Save that little piece. It might come in handy for something. All right, so now we'll slide that down. I'll take this and put it back in here. All right, so now I have my piece captured. Make sure these wires are together. Push it till it's all the way seated. And then just send it home. That gives you a nice square crimp right in the center. Mashes the wires down. Excellent work. I like these things. Makes it dummy proof. And you can probably find at least 1 or 2 people in the world that would definitely say that I need something like that. All right. So here's our second side over here. All right, that goes in nice and flush. All right. There is our very nicely done crimp. So then we take put that right about there. Let's get these guys out of the way for the heat. Get the old heat gun. Just warm her up. And that is pretty much how it's done. This stuff is great. So this is 4-to-1 heat shrink, which means it'll shrink 4 times the size that you start with, and it's got glue inside, so it glues both ends shut. Nice, permanent, waterproof seal. With the fender out of the vehicle, right below where the hinge is, there's this area right here, this little triangular area that I've kind of decided this is where the harness will go through. So I want to make this serviceable. It'd be easy. I could pop a hole through here, like a 1-inch hole, put a grommet in it with no connectors on, fish the wire through, go to the other end, and then put all the connections on down there, and then we'd be fine. But then what if this fender has to come off? How do I get this harness back out? Unless I unbolt the harness and take it with the fender, and then that's just, I don't want to do that. So I think what I'm going to do is try to mark off this area. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a removable plate that will have the hole in it. And then that way, if I need to get the harness out or something, there'll be a larger hole behind the plate where I can fish everything through, and this plate will just scoot forward and stay with the harness. And then I can remove the wires and do whatever I need to do. So now it's just a matter of getting a shape. Let's see how I want this. So I want to have enough room. So if I go about right here, just about out to this edge, and then down to here, something like that. That ought to work. That's big enough. That's big enough to get whatever connector I need out. So let's take this off as one piece. See if I can do that. All right, so it'll get refined a little bit, but that's my plate, and that'll bolt right in there. So here's some leftover steel from the air cleaner project that I did. So I never throw anything away. So this will be perfect. I will just take a zip wheel and cut this off, and then I'll refine the shape, and then just keep fitting it to the area until I'm happy with what I got. Well, with a little drilling, sanding, hole cutting later, there's the part. So that is going to go right there. Okay. We'll line up our punch marks. All right, so there's our cover plate. Let's pop this back off. And then back down with some more tape, because we've got to cut an intersection out. And I want to leave a good lip on both sides so nothing is exposed. So we do hole to hole. All right, that ought to work. All right. All right, with that sitting in place, let's mark, that's where the bracket is. All right, so let's peel. Well, let's see if we go that far on the inside. Maybe. Yeah, you can probably go just a little bit farther. So somewhere out there. Yeah, that ought to cover up nicely. All right, so now this comes off, and then we are going to make a template from this to be able to cut the inside out. Okay, so I think I have the size that I need for the bottom. I think that's going to be wide enough to get whatever connector I have out of that. So that's going to be my refined shape. Yeah, so let's get cracking on that. Okay, that gives me a good shape to work with. I think I can try to keep to that. All right, so now we can refine that shape a little bit. Okay, that gives me just enough room to get the fattest connector in and out. So, all right, so now I need to work on the center hole in the grommet. All I had was a 1-inch hole saw, and I think the grommet size is a tad bit bigger, so I may have to wall that out just a little bit, but that's no big deal. So after hunting around for a grommet that would work, I came upon this. This is a Dorman product. You can see the part number up there. This is for a brake booster, and it had the perfect size grommet. It works great. So I spray painted the one side outside. I just wanted to get like a uniform color on it, but I still need to sand it and paint it proper. But let's put everything back together and see what this looks like. All right, that's good enough. So now we take our freshly assembled wiring harness and we feed it into the grommet. I can get this thing started. There we go. And then we're just going to feed it right down to the very beginning of the block. Once we're down, there we go. Now we're down to the end. It's going to look nice when it goes in. All right, well, I had this old bundle of wire and I just fished it behind the fenders. Now I need to get some tape. All right. So we'll take the end of the loom here and we will give this a good wrap or two. Give it something to hold on to here. And then we'll tape that down in place. And hopefully as I yank this thing through, it doesn't pull out or pull off. And get a couple wraps on either side. That should hold it in place. All right, flag the end, make it easier to get back off when I'm done. All right, so a lot of this wire I can feed through the other way. Here we go. All right, got enough of it through. I can start feeding some of these wires through. All right, that's all through. A mess. Okay. All right, now to the business end. Let's see. That's our washer pump, wiper motor. Here is our harness. Plugs in basically like that. We'll keep this up here out of the way. All right, and then now that this is where it's supposed to be, we can fish this bad boy down. That in place. Let's put our screws in. See if I can get it in with this flexible. Actually, let's get the thing started first. That bottom one is going to be fun. It's not too bad, I guess. Let's get this one started down here if I can. There it is. All right, let's see if I can drive these home. Yeah, there we go. And of course, once we get all our fabricating done and we get on to paint to pretty this up, it'll look way better than this. But this is a good start, right? Yeah, you might feed a little bit more through there, and then that way the wires can kind of tuck down into. Let me grab the camera here. Okay, let's get down in there. There it is. So once this is painted underhood black, and then this cover and the screws and everything are also painted, it's going to disappear, and all you're going to see is the wiring harness go right into the side of that inner fender, and it's going to travel on and come out the other side and just be completely hidden and make this whole area just clean. All right, so I have got the green horn wire out of the harness. I just pulled it over here, and the old harness, this is the horn wire setup. So you basically had the one wire coming from C100, and then it went into the first connector, double connect, and then it went into the second one, and I have already depinned that one side. So I've got new connectors, and I think all I'll need to do, I'm just going to roughly cut enough. I got plenty of length on this. So I'm just going to cut off what I feel is a good length. Cut that right there. All right, that is my short side. So I can go ahead and pop one connector on, and then pop the connector back onto it, the plastic connector, and then I will do the same thing on the harness, but I'll have to actually get up in the car to see how much of that I need to cut to do the first one, and hopefully I can get both of these connected in and have them hold. Because the connectors I have are for 12 gauge, and I'm not sure doubling it up how that's going to work. Oh, maybe we should look at this one just to see. See if I can get this. There's plenty of room to wiggle around on this, so you gotta kind of feel for that. There it is. All right, take that off. Oh, well, we're gonna give it a shot. We're gonna see if I can't get them both connected into one connector. And if not, I'll do the one connector, and then I'll butt connect somewhere in line with it. It'll be the same thing. But all right, let me do my short one first. Get that done. These are, well, these labeled P56. These are 12 to 10 gauge. So I'm hoping because it'll go to 10, I can slip 2 12s in there. So will that be enough? Yes, it will. Got it captured in the crimper. Put my wire in. Pop it out. There it is. So with the connector soldered in place, I'm going to put a little heat shrink on it. Remember those pieces I cut that I said will probably come in handy? Perfect size for this. Just enough to cover the crimp itself, and it's perfect. So with that done, now I can snap it right into its home. One side ready to go. Now I've got to get up in the car and do the other. Okay, let's get all the implements of destruction that I'm going to need up in here, as far as I can tell. Get this thing in order. All right, so I need about that much. That way I can tuck it around. Let's give it a little bit more. A little bit more can't hurt, right? Okay. We'll just strip off an end here. Just a wee bit more. There we go. Okay, and then now, this is going to be interesting. See how we do this. Let's do the same for this side. About that much. So let's look at one of these connectors here. So the gauge size for these are 10 to 12. So I hope you can see that. So if I put both of these together, will they wedge down into the same area? Ooh. All right, here goes nothing. How's that go in? Like that? See if I made a mess of this or not. Yeah, so that answer was no. That thing didn't hold together for nothing. It just, it's too much. So, plan B is we're going to have two connectors, one off of each of the horn, and then they're going to come together, and I'm going to put them together in one giant butt splice right here. And then they'll arc off in two different directions, do the exact same thing, but it'll be more secure. And I can use a size adequate for the two of these together, and then on the other side I can either strip more and then fold the wire back to make it thicker, and then that way it has something to grab onto. Yeah, it should be fine. So that's plan B. So let's cut this nonsense off the end and we'll start over. Yeah. That is much better. I like that. So now we just got to throw. I just doubled back the wire on this side just to make it a little bit thicker, since I had to use a thicker butt connector because I had two 12 gauge on the one side. So now put that right down in the right slot. There we go. Not bad. And I even remembered to put my heat shrink on before I did the butt. So, all right, so we just throw some heat on that, and that's actually 2 circuits done. So we've got the wiper motor, and then now the horns. This is exciting, isn't it? Now that's cooled down, a little bit of Tessa tape. We'll start right off the joint here, and we'll just wrap it. Get good coverage around the heat shrink, just as a secondary hold. Not bad. So with the 2 horn wires, and then they'll just plug right into their respective spots. I also, what I did was I took one of these conduit clips. I bought like a whole box of them, and I drilled an extra hole into the horn bracket. There's a hole right here, but it was just too big. So I just picked a hole right next to it, and what I'm going to do is use this to clip down my harness right in this spot. So that will be my one holding spot for the harness, and then I'll have to figure out whether this will just lay in behind the battery or not. But let's tuck this, since those are done. Let's tuck that wiring just up in there. Let's get the battery in. All right, that's about centered up where it'll be. All right, oh good. It's going to tuck in very nicely right back there. And honestly, if that just lays in there, I could probably put like one more connection over here somewhere, maybe to secure this side of it. So what I'm going to do for my positive battery cable is, instead of just routing it across here where it would be just a big red cable and it'd be obvious and you'd see it, I want to try to like tuck it around. So I'm going to go around the back of the battery here, or the front of the battery, depending on how you look at it, and I'm going to come around and I'm going to run it. I got this off of Amazon. It's a remote battery box. It's made for 1 in and 2 out. I'm going to have to modify this a bit to make it work. But this flat spot here on the inner fender well is a perfect spot for that. So I think I'm going to cut the slots necessary to put that in, and I'm going to have it right there. So what's going to happen is battery cable runs around to the back, runs in here. This is where the connection is going to be. Then I'm going to have the positive coming off of the alternator down and snake it around somehow, and then into here, and then the other positive would come out this way down and all the way to the starter down in there. So that is the plan. This makes it kind of serviceable too, because if I ever need to, for whatever reason, pull the starter, pull the engine, do whatever, I can disconnect it right here and then have that power wire disconnected. I can have the alternator disconnected right from here, and then just pull it with those wires and just take them and jam them in somewhere. And pull it with those wires and that part of the harness just as part of the engine, and then not have to worry about having to lay on my back and snake under there and get that thing out from the starter. Because if you remember when I put the starter in, the bolts are on the inside. That's where the connections are against the block, very tight. So yes, I don't want to have to deal with that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop the starter and get the wires all connected up, and then I'm going to put the starter back on and then run it back this way, and then I'll know everything goes right there, and we'll be good to go. And then for the power wires that go, there's a purple and 2 red with some fusible link on it. I'm going to use this heavy duty connector. This is a 630 Metropack connector kit. It can handle up to, I think it's at like 43 amps, almost 50 amps, which is way more than what I need to worry about with this. So for the 2 positive wires and the purple wire coming off, it's 3 connectors, so it's going to be perfect. So I got 2 red, 1 purple. They're all heading down to the starter, and that's going to work out great. So that way those wires can also be just disconnected and popped, and I'll have this connector like down in here somewhere, or maybe even like down on this frame. I don't know. I have to figure that out because there's other stuff that needs to go in place. I don't know room-wise where this would go, but about that location. And that way I can just unclip this, and then again, that goes with the engine or the starter or whatever, and then the harness stays in the car, and I don't have to worry about getting on my back and crawling and unconnecting things. So yeah. So the bottom of this has all these different slots where it kind of fits into the fender well. I guess that keeps it from like jostling around. It keeps it sturdy. So I needed to make a template to be able to cut into the inner fender well, and all I did was used some heavy like construction type paper, and all I did was I cut a square in the center big enough to like fit in this area, and then when I put it in, I just started taping other pieces to it until I had all the slots that I needed. So didn't do a single measurement, didn't do anything more than just cut some slots big enough to like fit these little openings, and it would fit around it, but it was like way wide. It was like all kinds of stuff, and then you just come in with additional paper and you just tape it in place, and just tape your flat edges on where you need everything. So without even having to do any measurements, I can slip this thing in, and then it would snap into place, and it works. So like you can see, like little pieces like this, I had cut this at like a weird angle, so the gap was too big on this side, so I just cut a piece of paper out that had a straight edge on it, and then I taped that and made up that straight edge and just taped it down. And I just taped multiple pieces like that and never measured a single thing. I just kept taping stuff together until everything fit. And then now I've got myself a template. I can take this and lay it down in that fender, and I can mark all my slots and then cut them out, and it should, in theory, fit, right? All right, I think I think that my template that I made for this thing has seen better days. I taped it down, and I used the holes to be able, just drilled a bunch of holes in it to make the slot, and then I just put a file down there and just kept filing it out till I got right to the edge of it. But and that thing got beat down. Anyway, I think I have got this right. Huh? Okay. All right, so maybe I got to work on the one end to get the thing to snap. But there it is. that's pretty much it. And I'll sit right there, and I'll run my positive battery cable to it, and then I will be able to run alternator down and also the positive out of here from the battery down to the starter. And this will give me a remote location. I can unhook everything from here, and then that goes with the engine. This stays with the car. I like it. I got to file that a little bit more. So I'm going to start with the headlights, high beams and low beams. And I bought, if you remember the video where I went through all the different parts, I bought new high beam connectors, low beam connectors. They're both the same. They look like this. It just depends on where the wire goes. But I don't like these. If you see the connector in the front, it is a different style from the factory connectors. And honestly, I said, well, it's just a housing. Probably goes in the same way. It's got the little hole in the front where you would put in the tool. No, it's a molded plastic, like a ramp clip in the back that holds it in. So it's held in from the back instead of the front by a pin on the connector, and you almost have to damage the stupid connector to get it out of the housing. Because I need to take these apart, because I'll explain it in a second, but I'm replacing these wires with a heavier 12 gauge wire, and I'm going to run a relay system to power the headlights. But I don't like these. I think they're junk, so I don't care for them. And also, simple fact, for these, you can see how the clips look. These are your standard like 280 style clips. So you push in the tool on the front, and it pops up the little tang that holds the clip in, then you pull it out. And so I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to take all four of these apart, the factory ones, and then I'm just going to clean them up. And because they look in really good shape, they're not like dry or cracked or anything. So I'm just going to reuse these and then put my 12 gauge connectors in here. And that should, I think, yield a better result for me. I don't like the way the old ones were, and I like the fact that these are way easier to service than those were. So that's what I'm doing. So if you remember from me doing the other connectors, so you've got the connector and you've got your pin tool, and there's a small, let's see if you can see it, there's a small slot on the front. So the flat of the pin tool goes down into there. There's a small little tang that sticks down, and it hooks into a recessed area on the connector head, and that's what holds your pin terminal in. So if you put this bad boy in, right, yeah, and you spin it down so it gets it pin loose, and then, oh, there it is, and then the pin just comes out on the back. And then if you're taking this out for whatever reason you need to service it, all you have to remember is when you're done, you want to take this clip on the back and bend it back up so that when you put it back in, it's actually going to click into place. Because a lot of times when you push the tool in, it bends this down and it kind of stays there. So when it slides out, when you put it back in, it's not going to hold. So you got to pop that pin back up. Other than that, yeah, just got a bunch of these to do, and then I'm going to clean all this stuff up. Oh, and if I didn't mention this before, you can see that there's this clip on the back. This snaps down into the back of these holes right here, and it's like a secondary holding that clips into place, and it kind of just puts pressure on the back of the clips so they stay in place. I've already checked it. Because of what I'm doing, I can't reuse these because I'm not going to be able to fit the barrel down into the clip just because of the size of the wire. And you'll see that when I get to it. Anyway, so if you're doing work on these, you just have to pry these off. And when you pry them off, then you're good to go. So inside these connectors is the gasket. So I'm reconditioning these, and I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to use, since I'm not going to use the blue ones, they have brand new gaskets on them, so I might as well steal the gaskets off of those to put on these, and then these old crusty ones where a little cracky can go. And then we'll give these things a little bath in some soapy water and see if we can't get them cleaned up a little bit better than what they look. On the old toothbrush that I took out of service for its original intention, and now, like everything else, goes into the garage for repurposing. So these little things work great for little tiny parts like this. And then once it's outlived its usefulness there, then it gets chucked. Yeah, that'll have to do, I think. 3 more to go. All right, before I get started, let me explain, I guess, in a little bit of detail exactly what I'm doing. So you've got your C100 connector up here, and then you're going to have, let's say this is the front of the car. So you've got high and low beam on either side, and you're going to have, there's a common ground that comes off, and then that goes to ground. Same thing over here. So those two go to ground. All right. So normal situation, you've got out of your C100 connector, you've got the tan wire and you've got the green wire, and those run down, and then they get split, such as that, and they run to both sides of the headlights. Under normal conditions, you've got the switch inside the car. It feeds out through the current feeds through the switch out to the C100 connector, into the wiring harness under the in the engine bay, and then out to your headlights. And then that's how it gets its power. The problem is it runs through so much stuff that it limits the amount of direct voltage you get to them, and it also puts a strain on the switch inside the car. Sometimes those things will wear out over time. So this is what I plan on doing. So same C100 bulkhead, and you're going to have, let's call it high beam wire coming out, and we'll have our battery, and you've got positive, negative, leaking ink. All right, and then we'll have our headlights, and all right, so instead of the power coming from the battery, going down to the starter, power feed back into the harness, inside through the switch, back out here to the harness, and then out to the lights, what we're going to do is I'm just going to use the light, the wire coming from the switch, the power coming from the switch. That's all it's going to be, is a trigger. So I'm going to put a relay, a pair of them, in between our switch and our headlights. So what we'll do is we'll have positive battery power that comes down to the relay, and then there's a switch inside that stays open, and then this side will actually run down into our headlight. And then on the other side, where we turn the light switch on and it feeds the power out to the harness, that's going to come down to our relay. And then on the other side, this is just going to go over and then straight to ground. Okay, so this is connected on the inside by a coil that gets energized. So when I turn the light switch on, power comes through here, energizes the inside, and goes to ground. What this causes is the switch on this side, which is my main 12 gauge power wire coming from the battery, this switch will close right there, send power through the relay, and then down to the headlight. And then you've got power coming straight from the battery through the relay right to the light. Takes all the load off of the switch, and also provides you with a shorter path to the lights, gives you more power and theoretically brighter lights. So that is what I'm going to do, and there'll be a pair of relays, one for high and then one for low. So that's how we're doing it. All right, let's look at all the parts. So we've got 12 gauge tan, that's my low beam. 12 gauge light green, that's the high beam. I've got some 12 gauge black, which is going to be the driver's side ground, and then a bunch of, and it's just because this is the only way I could buy it with the stripe was in a certain length. So this is black and white, which is going to be passenger side ground. Got all my connectors cleaned up, and I've got my relays that I can put together, all set up for 12 gauge wire. All right, so now it's just a matter of stripping everything down. Oh, and then I took off all the seals for the crappy brand new ones I bought that I'm not going to use now, which is a waste of money, except to get these things, which I probably could have got cheaper than that. Anyway, so I'll put these on, and then we'll get cracking on just stripping and crimping wire, which is, you've seen that. I've already explained that. So anyway, I'll be back in a sec once I get some of this wire set up. So got the connector on, and you'll see that the rubber boot is out here. I'll explain that in a second, instead of connected on to the end of the connector like it's supposed to be. So I get the connector, and we'll slide in our connection there. So the connector is in. It's a little bit of a tight fit. So now here's my idea, because these little rubber backings, these are supposed to be for 16 gauge, I believe, 14, 16, but I stretched them over the 12 gauge. So it stretches it out and it makes it just fat enough that it doesn't want to go in the back. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make it fit. So this has got a little bit of squish room, so I'm going to actually take these and push them down into the back of the connector, and that should do a good job of sealing out the weather. And keeping these things nice and tight in here. It's a bit of a booger, but it will go. Just got to be patient with it. Do one cord at a time. Yeah, so there we go. One last push on this side. All right, so now, as you can see, I've got it sealed and it is in there tight. So not tight enough that if I hit the connector on the front, I can pull this thing out. But it's wedged in there nice and tight, and that'll be a nice weatherproof seal. You can see this is where, you can see how it's kind of protruding out these little sides here. That's where that plastic clip would have gone in to hold it in place. But this is going to work out just fine, I think. That's good and tight. It's not going anywhere. So now I've just got 7 more of these to do. Hey, check it out. I got the front header on with the headlights and the grill. Need this on here because I need to figure out my wiring spacing. Let's look down in here. So I've got the connectors wired up, at least green and tan. I've got to put the one ground wire on this dude over here. Anyway, I wanted to get this stuff in place because it runs underneath the core support and then over to this side where these guys live. And so I cut my grounds to the length that I want them at. And let's see if I can show you down here. See if I can show you this. So this hole right here, that is where the ground screw goes into that grounds the headlights for both sides. So now that I know I got the one ground wire in and I ran it and I kind of, figuring out how is this going to sit in a harness that I'm going to put this whole thing in and be able to come out and not be like in a bind. And once I found that out, I was able to cut the other one for the low beam out here in order to run it into the same type of harness and get that up to the ground. And so now I never throw anything away. So anytime I get, doesn't matter what it is, in the mail, if it's bulky of any type, a lot of times there's a ton of these long wire ties, and I cut them down to lengths that I can deal with, and I just keep these in junk drawer with a bunch of other stuff. So I've always got wire ties that work in a pinch for like putting stuff together. So I've got my high and low beam over here, and I've kind of run it where it's going, because there's holes underneath. Let's see if I can just get down here and show you. All right. So anyway, so there are, see if I can show you one. There are these holes here that run along the underside of the core support. Those bad boys is right in front of the radiator. That runs right through here, and that is where the harness from here crosses over to the other side. So I think I'm probably going to, since the high and low, these 12 gauge ones at least, will be independent of the rest of the wiring harness, I might just put these in a separate harness, but then run them in tandem next to the other one and clip them in and then run them along the same route, but just independent. So then if ever I need to pull the harness, or maybe I need to take this header panel off or remove the core support or whatever, I don't know, I can unplug. I'm thinking down in here is where I'm going to pop the relays, and they'll just they'll probably, if I can manage it, I might put them just below this opening and then bolt them on this core support down at the bottom there, and that's probably where they'll live. So like I said, if the header panel needed to come off or the core support needed to come out or something like that where I'd need to remove the harness, I could take the header panel off and then just unplug the two relays and then just take that right with the car, the whole harness and everything, and not have to like fish all that out, at least for the headlights if the header had to come off. That's the plan. So now what I'm going to do is start over here where I've got my low and high beams coming across from the other side, and I'm just going to wire tie them together so I have an idea where they're at, because these are the two wires that run all the way over to the passenger side, and then I've got driver side wires, and those are going to meet up somewhere down there, and then I will use a butt connector to butt the two wires into one wire that goes into the two relays. So there'll be one for high and one for low. So that's the plan. So now I'm just going to do a little bit of wire tying, and then we'll take this back out, and then it's just a matter of making more connectors. Okay, so I think I've got the placement for where I want my relays to sit. Just got to screw them in. Just want to get some quick fitment to make sure that they're going to work. The spot I put them in. And I've made it difficult for myself to get this stupid thing in.
At least with the power tool, that is. And that's fine. Once I get this thing down a little bit more, it won't matter. I'll be able to hit it with the impact if I need to. Alright, so the idea is, got 2 relays. I've already wired one. I'll wire the other, but I wanted to kind of get an idea how they were going to sit. So I figure if they sit facing each other like so, the big question will be, can I unplug them without having to take them loose? And I'm worried I might have put them too close to each other. I could angle them down, actually. That might not be a bad idea if I just angled them like that, enough to where they're clear. All right, let's see if I tighten those right there. That's good enough. Okay, all right, so if I orient them like this, they're kind of at an angle, so I should be able to do whatever I need to do with them. Let's see if I can push this clip in and then pop this thing loose. And it's, oh, well, that's going to be interesting. You know what? I did notice these things are really tight going together. Well, maybe that's how I do it. Just push them on and off the clip, and then from out here, I can actually work these things loose. Whew. All right, that is some tight relay right there. But that's fine, because I don't plan on having these things apart too often. Wow. That was tight, but that's fine. That means they're going to stay sealed. I like that. Anyway, let's get out of this tight spot, and then I'll show you how I wired this up.
So here's what I'm talking about. All right, so this is kind of a better drawing that I did of basically the same relay system, except both relays are in. Oh, there's also, I don't know if you can see it over here, there's going to be a 30 amp fuse that's going to be in the middle of battery positive going to the relays. So if you look real close here, you can see as long as you follow the basic guideline, should be good. So for your 2 trigger wires coming from C100, those are your 16, I have 14 here, but I'm wrong, it's 16. So 16 gauge, those go to pin 85, and then the pin 86 on the other side is the ground, and then 30 is where your positive feed comes in, and then 87 is where your wire goes out and down to your beams. So the relay is clearly marked where everything is. So the 30 is marked number 3, and the 87 is marked number 5. Then you've got 85 marked 2 and 86 marked 1. And then if you look in here, that's all the numbers are actually labeled right next to the pin on the inside. So as long as you know what goes where. So okay, my power wire is the 30. So that's number 3. You look in here, you find number 3, and that's where you pin your wire at. And then you just continue on till all 4 wires are pinned, and then you're done. And you snap it together and put it in the car. So this is the relay I just fought to get the connector out. So this one's already done. So it has all of my wires. So I've got trigger wire, ground, main power, the red wire, and then tan wire low beam coming out. So these 2 cross each other, these 2 cross each other. It's it's hard to get it wrong as long as you have a little bit of common sense. Here's something else that I did. I took a weather pack connector, and what I'm going to do is where the 2 wires come from C100, I'm just going to have them plug into a little 2-port connector, and I can just unplug that, and then the relays, everything stays with the car. Don't have to worry about trying to fish it through the inner fender, all that stuff. Just got this little tiny connector, well, the male side of that hooked up to the harness, and then everything else will be in this. So I've got one more connector to go. This wire will go where this tan wire over here goes. Here's light green on this side, and that'll be my high and low beam relays. And here's both relays all wired up, ready to go. All I gotta do is run power and grounds. And if I didn't mention this, the little pin connector here goes in from the top side and snaps into place. So, oh, let's get that, okay. Yeah, so that snaps down in on this side. There it is. There's your connectors. And then I will have the harness wiring will snap right in here for high and low beam, and then everything else will be contained in this. And then I can just unplug this one thing, boop, and then the whole harness can go out, and this will stay exactly where it's at. I like that. And this is what I was talking about. This is a wired in fuse. So it's a fuse holder, 30 amp fuse. That just pops right in here. Then you've got weatherproof cover that goes on it, nice and sealed. Bolt that to the inner fender well, and then that'll go from power supply and to relays. Well, I got it all done. There was a bunch of crimping and splicing and putting everything together, and it turned out rather well. I quite like it. It looks like a hot mess right now. It's just a bunch of spaghetti. Once I get some 1/4-inch sleeving on it, it's going to make it look a whole lot better. But first, I've got a bunch of heat shrink that I've got to melt over all of these splices and everything to get them all nice and neat and insulated, and then we'll be ready to go. Move on to some 3/8 to handle some of this stuff up here where the butt connectors are. It needs a little bit bigger harness. All right, let's get it back in the car and see what it looks like. All right, with the sleeving on, it doesn't look as bad and spaghetti-ish as it was before. So now I can just start feeding this stuff into place and we'll see what she looks like. All right, well, let's feed it in from underneath here. That is the relays in. There's the ground. We'll put that out there for right now. And then let's get the lights plugged in. Low beam, high beam. Okay. Oh, here's the power. Okay. There's my two grounds. Those go up in there. All right, let's get these snapped in place. Okay. This is the ground. I'll connect that over to the same spot that the ground for the headlights is at. That's a good spot for that. Okay, those are in place. This will be the two wires coming from the harness. They'll easily snap right in here. I say that. There. So that snaps in. That'll be easy to route. This comes over here. Sorry, it's a 30 amp fuse. What I did was I just screwed it right to the base over here for the inner fender, or the fender well, I'm sorry. And then this can get snapped in place. And then we'll route that something like that, so it's kind of like down and out of the way. That's good. This will go to the power supply over here. That's where battery's going to hook up. Everything's going to go in there. So that'll be something like that. All right. So now let's move around and get the wires run to the other side. All right. So these go up over this brace. Okay. And then it will run up. Yeah, that's where the connections are. So it'll basically run this way behind this brace here. Come here. Behind this guy here. Over the brace on this side, and then that will be held up in the top right there. All right, and then this will come up right in here. High beam, low beam, and then my two ground wires. I can put on more wire loom to kind of make this disappear a little bit more. So anyway, ground wires will be up there. Yeah, okay. Let's get back over the other side. So we'll get the rest of the factory wire loom, or my modified factory wire loom. So here is one of the connection points. So this will get snapped in here. That'll hold the loom in place as it comes out of the inner fender. Got my horn wires. I'll hook them up later. So then this will actually go up into that same spot and cross exactly in the same spot as, yeah, so cross in the same spot as my relay harness. Okay, so let's get the battery back in. Yeah, it's about where it goes. That's center from where the strap will be. All right. Well, that is about everything. So as you can see over here, there is a cutout. So this is, I think General Motors made it. One feed wire came in to this stud, and then you had a way to feed out that same gauge wire and then a smaller wire. So they had two outlets with one inlet. So I've just got to cut a notch in this side to facilitate this one connector going in, and then we'll just have two in and two out on both sides. And I got to work out, because I bought an alternator kit as well to run a higher gauge wire for the alternator back here to charge the battery. So anyway, outside of that though, really, I mean, well, this is still hanging out, and it would actually go inside the core support and over to the other side. But yeah, that's pretty clean. You really just can't see it unless you get right on top of it and look down in there to see where the relays are. So they're nice and safe down in there, weatherproofed. Everything is looking good. I like it. I like it. So I got all the grounds ready to go. And then if anything ever happens, I need to pull the harness, I need to do anything, I can just hit that one 2-wire connector down there, pop that off, and then the harness goes that way, and everything for the headlights stays out here. And yeah, I kind of like that. All right, so here it is. Little black stud here. That is for the ignition. And then all your battery wires goes on the big stud over here. It's even got a paper on it. This is good because literally this thing is talking to me. I tend to over tighten stuff. I always have. It's just I don't know what it is. It's just the way I am. So it says over tightening of battery terminal could result in misalignment of solenoid contact, causing intermittent starter failure. See enclosed instructions. So I just got to remember not to go Hulk Hogan on that. All right, so let's grab the wires. All right, so that's all my wire, 2 connectors. Got to make sure, yeah, okay. Those fit onto the stud. I need to find a connector for this little guy. That'll fit on here. Wow, that's awful tiny. But that's what it came with. Okay, so those are the wires. So I've got two main power wires, and I've got got the ignition switch wire, and then I've got the 2 fusible links. So G-bodies came with 2 fusible links, both of them that came off of your power wires. Yeah, you could just use like an inline fuse in place of this, as long as you got the right amperage for the fuse. It'd probably be the same thing, but I'm just going to put it back. This is how the factory had it. I'm just going to do it the exact same way. Then I'm going to twist these 2 together, and then that'll go on one of these guys. Which one's my bigger one? This one. And just clamp that down. So I could put these on both on their own connector, but that's how the factory did it, and I'm just gonna go right along with what they got. Yeah, nice good connection there. And I measured the factory fusible links that came out of this thing, out of the original, and one was 6 inches and the other one was 7.5. So I've cut them the exact length that the factory ones did. Even says fusible ink on it, so it won't get confused on what that is. All right, so now I need some heat shrink. Shrink wrap, men's hair dryer. All right, let that cool. Good, just a little tiny bit more. Good. All right, is that in there right? I love these crimpers. I gotta tell you what, just a nice solid crimp every time. All right. All right, last one. Yeah, okay. So now heat shrink, and then that part's done. Now I gotta do the battery cable. Look at this big honking monster of a thing. I'm gonna sacrifice one of the connectors because I wanna see exactly what it looks like when you get it cramped down in that. Let's see. Look at that. So cramps it down into like this octagon shape, and it squeezes the outside really well. So that looks like it's going to work. So now let's get our battery cable up here. It would be better to put this thing like halfway into the clamp so it kind of holds it in place. So this is a big boy. This is a 1 gauge. A lot better than that teeny tiny stuff that the factory put on. That stuff looked like it was just way too small. So let me make sure I can feed this in here. Okay. Well, I don't think it's going to matter the orientation. Come on. Get in there. Well, this thing's a little tricky to handle. There we go. Well, let's see what we got. Not bad. Does a really good crimp the whole way around. It's super tight. It's not going anywhere. So now I get some heat shrink on that, and that's good to go. Yeah. Oh, while I'm talking about it, this big honking thing from iCrimp I needed to get because I'm going with factory style ends for the side post battery, and it's like the regular crimp where it folds the connector in on the wires, and I needed to have this specific pattern right there that folds the wires in. So wow, yeah, it's it's a pain. And this thing, I'll probably show you the negative battery cable when I get around to doing it. But man, even on the floor, you really gotta put some back into it to get this thing to close and crimp. Whew! All right, I think I'm ready to connect everything, and then we'll put the starter back in the car, and then we'll run our wires up, and I think we're ready to start cutting for our connectors and stuff on the other side of it. All right, so with the cables on, now it's just a matter of tightening up this nut that they tell me don't over tighten it. And I already told you I have a problem over tightening things. So I put a dot on the top, and I'm trying to make sure that I behave myself when it comes to tightening this down. It's a 12 millimeter on this thing. I'm a little disappointed, Summit. It should be standard size for all this stuff. That's my thought anyway. All right, that's tight, and I don't think I did anything to over tighten that. That's good. So I'm going to use a little of my Tessa tape. I've talked about this before. This is better than some ridiculous, oh, I'm going to need scissors. Where are my scissors? This is better than just using regular electric tape. That stuff gets gooey. It lets go, falls apart. It's no good. So here, let me back this up just a little bit. So I've got the trigger wire, my two fusible links, and I'm going to, well, let's do this first. I want to wrap this just to insulate it so it doesn't chafe against the wire next to it, in case it has any contact with it. Very good. And then I'm going to secure all of these together right here. Another piece, just do another wrap. Wrap around here just to secure all these wires right at the head of this in the one, I guess, main harness, just to make sure this stuff doesn't move around, fray, do something crazy. All right, so there they are, all bolted together. Now let's look at something else I got for this. So I got this fiberglass expandable harness. So it's really nice because if you kind of compress it, here, I don't know, let's see. If you kind of compress it, it'll fatten up on you, and then you can stretch it and it'll thin out. So this is going to work fine for this. This is fiberglass. You can see on the inside it has some type of silver coating on the inside. Now the manufacturer says this will withstand operating reflective temperatures of like 600 degrees continuous and 1100 degrees Fahrenheit, all of this for intermittent. So I am going to shimmy this up around all of this. Now what I'm going to do first though is I think I'm going to go every like, I don't know, 6 inches or so, and then just do a little bit of the Tessa tape and kind of secure these wires together, kind of make them their own little harness so they don't end up moving around on me or doing something crazy. And then I'm going to slip this over it. I may even double sheath it, I'm not sure, but this will be from the harness out to the frame because it's going to run behind the headers on the car, so it's going to be a lot of reflective heat coming off onto this. So I want to make sure that I safeguard it as best I can, I guess. Okay, this is nice. See how big this is? This is the this is the actual this is the battery terminal. This is what that connector looks like. See how fat that is? You see how skinny that is. You're like, it's not going to work. But this stuff expands way out, so it slides right over that. So as long as I kind of push it from the back at the same time, it gets nice and chunky on me, and I can slide it right past this, no problem. All right, when that's slid up there, I'm going to do the same operation again. Get myself a little round of tape just to hold this end in place. There we go. I don't know how badly this would fray. I don't want to find out. So I'm just going to put a couple of rounds on it just to get it secure where it's at, right at the end here. There, nothing fancy. Just want to make sure everything stays where I put it. I also got this reflective starter cover. This is from DEI. And well, this basically just wraps around this thing and just kind of keeps the heat from going crazy on it. Nice and tight right there. Maybe get right down like that. All right, that also covers that end up nice, so everything will be under this. So now I'm going to use, you've probably seen these before, maybe you haven't. When you do like a header wrap or something, at the ends you use one of these metal styles, like a metal zip tie. And I'm going to put a couple around this because it's just Velcro holding it on, and I figure it can't hurt to have a little extra something here just securing this thing. Now once this goes on, it's got a little locking pin inside here. I guess you could get in there with a screwdriver and like snap that up if you needed to get it out, but I think you basically just cut these things off. All right, where do I want that? Right there. I'm not trying to do anything too crazy. I just want it tight enough that it's not going to come off, and then we'll just cut these ends out. Oh, well, my side cutters aren't going to do it. I'm going to need something a little heavier than that. Okay, I think 2 ought to do the trick. Just enough to hold this thing in place. Like I said, oh, what did I do that backwards for? Guess there really is no right and wrong on this, but I have to have it a certain way. All right, and then just crank that down. Yeah, so I think that'll work. I just need to find something a little heavier to cut that off. Got it. So just take those right there. Yeah, just enough to make sure that thing doesn't move on me. It stays right where I want it to. I've done as much as I can to try to save it from any reflective heat from the headers, because if you saw me banging the headers to try to get this thing to fit, it's tight. It's really tight. So I'm hoping this is going to do the trick and keep this thing from heat soaking and leaving me on the side of the road or in a shopping center, parking lot, whatever, until it cools down. So, all right, so now get back under the car, put this back in, and I still don't know how many shims. I'm going to have to kind of figure that out along the way, whether I need 1 or 2 shims in it, whether it takes no shims, I don't know. Worry about that another day. Right now, let me get back under the car. I'm going to bolt this back in, and then we're going to run this harness up to where I'm going to terminate it. Because what I want to do, I think I've discussed this before, but I basically want to take the harness and I want to run it up to a spot on the frame where I can disconnect it from the rest of the harness. And then that way this will go with the, God forbid, I have to pull this engine back out. It just makes it easier instead of trying to get down, fish around, take this starter off, do all this. I can take the whole thing out by just unplugging the end of this harness. It's basically 4 wires, and boom, the whole thing will just go with the car, and it'll make it a lot easier on me. That's the plan anyway. You know, while I'm under here sweating my body weight, this would be a fantastic time for you to subscribe. Maybe even hit the like button. Give me a little love. That would be fantastic. And I would be deeply appreciative. Oh, come on. Oh, it's hot. Okay. Is that in there? Okay, so slight change of plan. It's apparent to me that if I run it through by the engine block, past the engine mount, and up on the other side of the frame, that it just doesn't have enough room. And I'll show you when I get up there. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the push part of this, and there's just a couple of holes in the frame that were already there, and they're the perfect size. So I think I can just put my connector there, and then I'll snap my wire into, and we'll come up on the other side of the frame, this back side here, and we'll avoid the steering shaft and the headers and all that good stuff. So I'll get this in, and I'm in an awkward angle. All right, so that'll be perfect. I can give my line some room here. Keep calling it line, but it's the wires. So that'll hold that in place, and that'll give that enough slack in the wiring harness for here to be able to, probably move that right there, to be able to run that just like that. And I might pop a hole up here. I'll have to take a look when we get on the top side and see what's going on. So here's the issue I was running into. So I ran it between the block and that engine mount down there, and I was going to come up this side, and there was a hole right here. It's a perfect spot. There's already a hole in the frame, and it was a good spot for that that connector to go into to hold it in place. The problem is that it put it directly in line with, I think, where the steering shaft is going to be, which means it's going to constantly rub on it, and you don't want a metal thing rubbing through a battery power cable. Not good. So then I thought, well, maybe I'll run it here on the side, and then that really, it just, there was nowhere to come up, and it was ugly trying to go around it on the back side. So I think what I'm going to do is, like I said, I'm going to come up on this back side, and then now the cable can lay right here against the frame in this spot, like so. And then this will keep it out of the way of headers. It'll keep it out of the way of the steering shaft. And then that way it'll come up past everything, and it'll just be out of the way. So I think what I need now is I need a pair of holes up here, probably one on either side, just to hold the connector in place, like something probably like right here, and then another one over here I think ought to do the trick. Yeah. All right, that looks better. And then we can, I think, put one right here, and that'll just hold it past all of that. It'll be underneath the steering, probably good enough distance away from the headers. Should be no issue with that. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. All right, that one in place. That would scurry down in there. Yeah. All right, so now, oh, that one's popped out. All right, well, once I get closer to putting this in, I'll make sure that stuff stays in there a little better. I'm not pushing it in that hard, and I don't want to, these little things, you snap them in place all the way, and that's the end of that. So, all right, so those are good. I think that's going to work. And then all I've got to do is make room for my cable up here. So this is going to come in right in here. That's got to connect in here. Yes, if I cut that, right there, right at the E of extreme, that'll work. Then I can, well, let's give it a little, give it a little extra right at the beginning, just to make sure I got some slack. All right, so I'll cut this off here, and then this will be its new home in here. Gave it even a little bit more room. Okay, let's cut that there. Good, good. All right, now I can take these loose from this cable. All right, and then battery cable I can sit off to the side, what's left of it. And I can work on this bad boy right here. So I figure give it plenty of room. It's going to be a bit of a fit, but yeah, it'll go in like that. All right, now let's cut off some end. Oh yeah, heat shrink. Don't forget the heat shrink. Oh, I think you can still get it over the connector, but boy, it's a lot better when you just slide it on like that. All right, so I think if I cut to the end of the A in USA there, that'll be enough for me to crimp in there. That's good. All right, pretty good, pretty good. Let's see if I can get all these wires in here just right. Do a little spin. Okay, so now the thing to do is to figure out how this is going to be clocked. Let me get these guys out of the way. So we're going to clock the wire so it, man, that is just, you know what? I wonder if I just, yeah, it's just going to be, it's going to be awkward fit like that. I could open this one up and put it on this side. Then I could run the battery power through this one. That might work. Yeah, we'll see. But that's where I want it. Whether it snaps in there right or on this side, that's about how that needs to be. So what I want to do, so I want to mark this guy and that guy. So when I put this connector on, thing isn't all jabberwock the wrong way. I'd be smart if I did this outside the car on the bench. Make it so much easier. But nope. Here it is. Oh, all right. Let's see what kind of mess we got here. Yeah. Nice and tight. Ready for heat shrink. With the starter side of the positive cable done, I've got to finish doing the battery cable on this side so I can cut the length that I need to get to the junction box to finish the circuit. So first I'm going to put on this cover cap, and then this just slides in like so, and then your bolt will push in here and is kind of held in by a lip on the inside of this for side terminal battery cables. So this just, there. All right, and then screw this on the car, and then you have this cap that goes over and keeps stuff from hitting your positive terminal and going, psh, that's not good. So anyway, let's go back to the car, get this on so I can route it around the battery the way I want, so I can figure out the length I need to cut to finish this up. All right, so we'll fish this down back around here. Take off the protective cover for the battery. Got my wrench here. All right, so this will sit down in here. That's about right. Yeah. All right, that'll sit in there like that. Then the cap will go over it. Keeps the terminals safe from being touched by who knows what. And then we work this cable around to see where it needs to be. And that'll lay right like that. I think that mark will put it right where I need it to be. Okay, so now it's just a matter, this is it. If I'm wrong, it's nothing I can do about it now. All right, cut that there. All right, mark how much insulation I got to cut off. About that much. I don't use anything fancy for this, just old razor blade. That's enough to get around. Cut through the insulation. And now back over to the car again. I've got to make sure I'm using this flag fitting to hook this cable up. So I got to make sure that I clock this right. It'd be a shame to put this thing down in there and have it wrong. So that is where my wire is going to go. So this will, just because I don't know how, like, they must have used, whatever their connectors they used, they must have been something similar to this. I didn't go to a junkyard to see exactly what it was, but that's an extreme angle to get from one spot to the other. So I think that is actually going to do the job for me. So what I want to do is I want to mark. There we go. I just want to make sure this thing is clocked correctly and not out of sync. So then the battery cable's twisted or something like that. I want it to kind of lay naturally the whole way around, so this isn't bound or anything when it bolts in. All right, so now back off the car again and let's get this thing crimped. Whew, man, these things are Fun to crimp. But there it is. That is, let's see if I can get up here so you can see. Nice and crushed and is not going anywhere. Okay, so now let's get it on the car for the last time. Well, last time for mock-up anyway. So I really want to put some heat shrink on this, but the way this thing is made is really not conducive to that. But I'm going to try something. Let's see if I can't split this. Like how much? If I give it a little bit at the back to hold on to. Come on. Maybe. Maybe if I hold that thing in place when I heat it up, maybe that will shrink around that, because it's the type that has the glue on the inside. So I'm wondering if I just, if I heat up this end so this shrinks down and grabs, and I wonder if this side will just kind of melt over this. Well, either I'm going to make a big mess and have to peel this stuff off somehow, or just live with it, or it's going to work. Let's see. Oh, maybe. Can I? It's going to make it look a little. Let's see. All right. Well, it's either going to roll up or it's going to work. I can get the glue. All right. Hey, I think that might have worked. Well, it's not perfect, but it's on there. I've got a little bit of glue out the other side. I just wanted something to be able to seal it. And I think just as a precaution, a little bit of dielectric grease just right in the opening here of the barrel. Not too much. Yeah, just enough to keep that insulated from the outside elements. That'll be perfect. All right, now, back on the car. So now, back on the car. That gets flagged in there. Oh, this little, oh, I hope there's enough room. I ask now that it's all together. All right, so if that goes in like that, I could probably put that on top if I had to, or slip it on the bottom. Now, will the other cable, this side, fit in here and play nice? It's going to be an odd angle, but I think that'll work. So I got those. That's, you know, this will probably go on top. This poor little guy's going to get murdered in the middle. All right, odd angle, but it fits in there. And this will go on like so. That will fit in there. And then the last piece will be, and I haven't gotten this yet, but this will be the main wire charge wire coming from the alternator. Now, can I get this comfortably closed around all of these to where it'll snap? Hey, all right. It's going to be a bit tight, yeah, but it does snap closed, and that will be what our remote power hookup will look like. Yeah, I think that'll work out quite nice. So it'll just be a matter of, like, I got to figure out what to do with this. Maybe on this end, I'll use some of that Tessa tape and then seal that up so it's kind of, it looks a little neater. I don't know. I have to figure out what to do with the ends. Maybe there's like some plastic, like wire loom end clips or something that'll kind of fasten that in place. Just want to try to make it look a little nicer. It looks a little rough just hanging out like that. Either that or I don't know, maybe I can have this longer and then go actually inside the box. I don't know. It's pretty daggone tight the way it is, so everything just fits in there. We'll see. All right, one thing left to do. Where are they at? Down here. So you've got the three, you've got your 2 power wires and your trigger wire for the starter, and I need to make the connector for that. All right, I didn't want to bore you with doing more crimping, so I got the 3 crimps. These are my 2 power wires and the trigger wire. Those go in here. All right, I think I will have this little guy in the center. And then last one on the outside here. Very nice. Then I think this thing, what is that? That goes over this and then clips on. Is that, oh, the other way. So these 3. So this connector goes on. Wait, how does this thing go on? Because it pushes the, oh, maybe it's this way. There we go. So then this clips on and then holds the back seals in place. Everything is pushed in. So there, that is the starter harness. But I didn't already say, this is Hutch from Hutch High Perf. So I'm going to get these bad boys on so I can mount the bumper up. We're just going to get these things loosely in place. These are, oh, the name escapes me. Basically they're collapsible standoffs for the bumper. It's these, what do they call them? 15 mile an hour, 5 mile an hour bumpers. So these things would, there's a gas, not a gas, it's there's a liquid inside here like an oil. So if you have an impact, these things are made to collapse and they collapse back. One accident use. All right, let's get this around. Let's get this thing in place. Oh, wait, let me make sure this is right where it should be. And you know what, for this, honestly, it doesn't matter. Close enough is what I'm looking for. Alignment, well, that's later. Right now, just want to get these things mounted so I have an idea where I need to run my electrical wiring for these marker lights. There we go. So once I get this on, I got to get this bumper up. That's going to be fun. All right. All right, let's see if I can get this thing up here. Well, it's like being at the gym, right? Just curl and wait. Let's get a couple at the top here started. This thing won't fly off. All right. And we'll just zap these down enough to hold it in place so it doesn't rock around on me. Don't even think the bottom ones are necessary. All right. That's good enough. So now it is on to figuring out my wiring for this. There's a bunch of stuff that needs to get done. All right, on to cutting and splicing and splicing and cutting. Before I get on to the marker lights, I want to finish this up. So this was the end of the connector. This is the part of the starter harness, and I've got to fit other guy in. So I have spliced my lines in. So now it's just a matter of getting these pushed in and clicked. Nice. And this one. Good. Then we'll put on our retainer. Okay, that's in place. This clips in. I have, get that out of there. So I've drilled a hole right here in the side of the plastic cover. That is where that is going to go. And all of these come with a small locking pin that goes in here. It keeps the connector from popping apart. So doing this, it gave me a bit of an idea. So I went through all the wiring and I figured out where everything needs to go. And I'm thinking what I'm going to do is the same thing with this, same thing with the low and high beams. I'm going to use a connector and connect it somewhere back here behind the battery. And then not only will the high and low beams be on its own small harness, but I'm going to do the same thing with the marker and turn lights too. That way, just if I gotta, once I tear all this apart and take everything back off and blow it apart, because I gotta do sanding and painting and all this other stuff, it won't be as hard a process of pulling those big, even though I made room for it, pulling those big fat light housings, the connectors out. So I can just unplug it here and then just pull it out, and it'll be all small connectors, and that'll make things a lot easier. So yeah, I think I want to do that. I almost forgot about the one wire. So this is the 46 amp connector that's down on the side here, and it has the 3 wires that go down to the starter. Purple wire is your starter wire, and then you've got 2 power wires that went to the fusible link. So they run back. The 1 wire goes straight back to the C100. The second one does as well, but it also butts up with the power wire that goes across to the other side of the car and over to your AC relay. So I've got that butt up right here. So this is the wire coming from the starter. It's connected here in the butt connector to the wire that goes to C100, and then this wire is going to traverse over to the other side of the car. So I got that crimped together, and now all I need to do is get this heat shrink melted on, and then we'll be on to the marker and turn lights, I promise. So this is what I'm talking about. So this is the part of the harness. I just had to trace everything down. And actually, it's quite simple. But the way the factory put it together, some of the splices in between, let's find one of them, like these splices here, there's wires crisscrossed inside and out of them because it didn't matter. So literally, unless you cut the splice apart, you can't like untangle it all the way. So it just looks like a big mess of spaghetti. So I've made this schematic real quick just to kind of get it in my head what I want to do. So you've got brown, light blue, and dark blue. And the only complicated one really is brown. So brown comes up and there's a splice here and it splits and it goes to the marker and turn on the driver's side and then travels over and goes to the marker and turn on the passenger side. Light blue just comes straight up and splice here and it goes to the marker and turn on the driver's side. And then the dark blue comes up and just does the same thing over on the passenger side. So what I'm going to do is right here, just before, like past the battery and into the area in between the radiator core support and the bumper area, I'm just going to put a connector in there, connect these 3 wires, and then do it all like that. Harness needs to come out, clip, let's pull it there. That goes with the wiring harness, and all this up here can stay with the car. It just makes it a lot easier. So actually, these are the replacements. So I'm going to tap into these. I'm not going to try to take them apart. I just don't want to fiddle with all that. And they're brand new, so there's no reason to. What I like about this is they got 2 out of the 3 wires right. So black wire is correct. That's your ground. Brown wire, that's in the middle. That's where it's supposed to go. And this one out here is the only one that needs to be changed. This needs to be light blue, not dark blue. So we'll put this up in here. How does that go? Goes in one way. Like that. Okay, so connectors in, do the other side, and then it's on to turn signals. Just enough room. These buggers are right down in here. Again, same thing. Brown wire is already on there. This just needs to change the light blue. So that's not too bad either. Let's get that thing in there. Well, they give you a whole lot of room for that, don't they? All right. That's in place. That should be a good spot right there. It'll give me some room to be able to throw these crimps on. All right, that's the female side. So we're just going to pop these in. And I think I'll put brown in the center. Let's click in there. And then dark blue that goes over the other side on the outside. And snap that down. Okay, so now if I ever need to, well, actually, I'm going to need to, because when I take this harness apart, which I'm going to have to do to get the fenders and everything off in order to do the rest of the body work and other stuff that needs to be done, I can just unplug it right here, and then everything that goes on the front header will just stay with the lights, and I can just unplug everything, and that just This makes it so much easier. Yeah, so I got plugs all over the place, but it's all about trying to work a little smarter, not harder. All right, so now we just do the same thing for the male side. More crimps, and let's see. Let me put this in here so I make sure I get my wires together right. So let's see, that's light blue. That goes in first. Yeah. And then the others will be easy. Brown in the middle. And then blue. Dark blue. Snap her down. Connect her up. There it is. Now, let's get underneath the car, start doing butt connections and stripping wire. So from underneath, let's see, this is dark blue. That goes to the other side. That can go over here. So now we're just messing with light blue and brown. And like I said, these connectors already came with the brown wire on it. So all I've got to do is replace the blue. So let me do a little bit of figuring where I want to cut this at and do my butt connect. All right, so I cut my wire just, I don't know, a little bit past the connector. This will be good for the butt connector. So on the other side, just got to decide how much of this light blue to run. So the yellow is now light blue. So if I kind of cut that close to the connector, I can put heat shrink on it and cover up most of that yellow, and it'll just look like factory wire. Let's see if that is, if I mount that there, then that'll come around and probably like right there. Okay, so if let's give it a little extra room too, just to be safe. All right, cut that there. Now I can take this bad boy, trim her down on the bottom here somewhere, and then replace it with my factory wire color. All right, just throw a crimp down on this bad boy. Now I'll swing it around, do the other side, I think. These tiny ones, I worry about the grip on them. There we go. Good and tight. All right. Throw a little heat shrink over the center of this. So now we got the marker, we've got the turn. Don't tell anybody, it used to be yellow wires. And looks like factory, sorta, but once you get the liner on it, you'll never know. So now we got to put them back in where they go. And come on, get in there. This thing is only keyed to go in one way. What way is that? I don't know. Because I'm on the other side of the bumper. I can't see. Oh, is that it? There. All right. We can join that one there. Okay, so if I all right. So now, this makes it so much easier because now I can pop off the connector since this stuff is joined together. Get up in here. This little guy turned. Come on, get up. So now I can take this and I can go sit down somewhere, cut this, butt it up, and then I can put it back on, and then that way I can get this wire, get everything just the way I want it. All right, more cutting, more butt connecting. All right. Got all of this buttoned up on this side anyway. All right, how does that look? Yeah, I like that. Okay, so now got the dark blue and the brown. I've got to run all the way over to the other side and then just do this all over again. Joy. But you know what? Honestly, it wasn't all too bad. I'm not going to complain too much. Yeah. All right. Well, on the other side. Well, like always, got ahead of myself. So this bottom marker has your ground wire. This is where the ground feeds, and it just wasn't quite long enough. So I put an end on it where I wanted it, and then now I'm just going to seal this baby up right here. You know what? Do I need that long of a piece? No, maybe not. It's already on. Not going to worry about it. Just make sure it's in the middle. That looks in the middle. That's not in the middle. Just looking at this, and I don't think I need this this big fat liner now, just because there's not that much going over to the other side. Got the 12 gauge power wire, marker and turn signal, and then the harness that I made for the headlights. And I think I can fit that into something smaller than this. So I'm gonna grab the scissors here and see if I can't just, well, let's make sure there's nothing inside. Yeah, there's nothing there. So I'm gonna just cut this bad boy right here. All right, save some of that for something else. And then I will use something a little smaller to run it over to the other side. Yeah, I was able to shrink it down to this 3/4 conduit. This is, I think, going to work out a little bit better. Wiring. It's fun when it works. It's not fun when you got to make it work. So I'm slipping, I don't see this or not. So I'm slipping my harness that I made for the headlights inside this conduit. So I think it just makes for a cleaner install. Less harness you see, the better. Almost there. Just a little bit more here. So now we're on the other side, and my two wires over here, the brown and dark blue, are going to dump out here for the marker and turn, and harness comes out over here for the headlights harness. So all this conduit now, this size is too big because it just got the one red wire. So I'm going to bring it out over here. I think I'm going to cut it right here. All right, and then that I can save because it's just going to be this power wire that comes up through here. All this up in here. Yeah, let me go find something small for that. There we go. This is some 1/4 inch. This is going to work perfect for this. Okay, so how to explain this? This is the power wire. Comes from the driver's side from C100, and it's butt connected into the fusible link that goes down in the starter, and then it comes over here. And what it does is, this is the factory harness. So the old harness, this was actually draped over the engine somewhere, as you can see. A good idea because it started to melt the housing. These things are notorious for burning up the power wire. And I don't know if it's just that these connectors weren't rated high enough for that. But anyway, so this power wire here, let's bring it down here and we'll look at this schematic. So here's the schematic here. So you have your heater and AC control assembly. If you ask for any of the low speeds, they come through your blower resistor, and then that feeds down through the relay, your AC relay, and then down to the blower motor. And it limits the voltage to the blower motor, and that's what changes the different speeds. So that power wire that I'm talking about, when you get over here and you request high, it sends the current out this way. It hits the other side of this AC blower relay, kicks the relay on, throws this switch over to the other side, and you get, well, whatever the alternator's putting out. Hopefully you're in 13 or 14 volt range. So you're getting that. You might get a little loss going from one side to the other, but you're getting roughly as much power as you can that's going to route itself to the blower. That's your high speed. So that is what we're doing. All right, so as I said, this connector is where your power feed is from. There's a ground in here, and then the light green is a compressor control wire, and then the ground for it. So this would feed that AC blower relay, and it would also feed the power to the compressor. So let's go, while we're here, let's go to the schematic and look at the compressor controls. So here we have our compressor control circuit, fuse block, down to your control assembly. That's where you turn it on max AC, and then it sends power right down to the compressor. Seems pretty simple, right? I mean, it's right. That's how it should be. Fuse block's like, hey, buddy, here's your power. Use it when you need it. And you're like, thanks, man. I'm hot. Let me turn the AC on. Comes down here. When you get to the other side of the page, ECM is like, hold on a second, fella. I'll tell you when you can turn the AC on. I'm in control here. See, because the power comes down, it branches off and pigtails over here to the fast idle solenoid. These cars were dogs, so whenever the compressor was cut on, this would just bump the idle up enough that it wouldn't stall the whole car out, I guess. So anyway, so now you've got this extra relay. You've got the blower relay, and now you've got an AC compressor control relay. So power comes down, goes over your fast idle solenoid. It comes down here and goes to both sides of the relay. So that same power is on both sides. So then it also kicks and comes over here, and that's when it goes down to Big Brother. Big Brother looks at it, and based on are you at full throttle, whatever your other sensors that are going to affect this may tell it, it's going to decide whether it's going to give the ground to turn your AC on. So if it goes, all right, you're hot, I'll let you turn the AC on. Boom, this kicks over to ground, which sends the ground signal here. That energizes this side of the relay. This side, boom, pops over, and then now the power can continue down to your AC compressor. And then, as a backup, it comes down here to your pressure cycling switch. So this is a pressure switch. This is actually what should be controlling your AC. Because if you have low pressure, then it's not going to be able to move the compressor oil that's in the entire system around, and you're going to burn your compressor up. So this is what should be in charge, but no, that gets the final say on everything. It's stupid, I think. Well, it's neither here nor there because I'm taking the ECM out, so that guy's gone. So now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to jump all of that, and then the light green wire, when it comes out of the harness up in the corner, I'm just going to send it straight to the compressor. And then on the ground side, that'll go back through the harness, and then it'll end up with this cycling switch, and then that will decide whether your AC can turn on or off, because that is how it should work. That's what's important, right? If you've ever been low on Freon, you'll know that it does its job. It cuts the AC off. It won't let you turn it on. And then once you charge the system up properly, boom, you're back in action. But this guy is out. So that's what we're dealing with. Ignore that, different VIN number. Anyway, I've just got to basically strip all of this old conduit off and get down to the wires and figure out what I need to do as far as running everything. So that is what's next. So back on it, I think spend a little time here just stripping all the tape. Oh, this stuff is all jacked on here. See if I can get through this without nicking a wire. That would be good. Oh, good. Yeah, there we go. Come on. There. Ah, well, there we go. All right, we'll just throw it on the floor then. Okay, same thing with this. Can I just unspiral this? It's gonna work for me. This stuff is horrible. Stop using electrical tape on your wires. Ugh. This stuff is nasty. Okay, let's pop that off. That's an old relay. We're not using that again. I think we'll try to save this connector. I like this. Might be able to use this, clean it up, and just put it right back on when we get ready. Okay. Same thing here. It'll end. Trash. Trash. What is this? Is this a splice? It looks like it's a little more carefully wrapped. Let's see what's in there. If it's a main splice, I'm not replacing the wires on this side. I'm just cleaning them up. It's almost like a black duct tape. Yeah, that's exactly what that is. That's a splice for all these grounds, I imagine. Yeah. Okay. That looks to be in really good shape. So we'll just rewrap that and then get on about business. Trash. Okay. Let me grab my phone. I want to take pics because I want to. All these connectors are like expensive to buy, so I think what I'm going to do is just going to de-pin them, clean them, and then I think these are all like brass style terminals. So I think the terminals I have are better than this. So I think I'm going to go through and just replace all these terminals, put them back together, and then that'll go back on. All right, well, let me get my phone so I can take some pics of where all these lines go into. Got the schematic so I could look it all up, but why do all that when I can just refer to a picture? Okay, that's staying where it is. That, let me put that back. Just slide that up in there so there's no mistake. Let's see. Yep. Same thing. Let me see if I can straighten these wires out a bit so I can see where they go. That's better. Flip it around. I guess the same thing with this. All right, everything else I think is staying. Okay, and then this guy is going away. I'm using the same connector that's over on the other side that I ran down to the starter. I'm going to use one of those 46 amperes over here. That's going to be a lot better than this thing. 4 Seasons 35,911. Let's go ahead and get this bad boy out. This is a new blower relay. So I wanted to get this thing in place before I depin everything, because I want to see if the wires need to be shortened, because the factory just, factory makes this stuff so they can slap it on and it's easy. I'm making it so it looks good. So, a little bit of a difference in there between what they want and what I want. So take my quarter nut driver here and get this guy on, and then we'll throw these plugs up in place. Yeah. All right, that's where that guy goes. All right, so I can't hook that up because that's not on the car yet, but I can put this stuff in. So here, I don't want to do this. Yeah. I'm trying to separate these things out so I know what's where. All right, so this is power connector. That goes there. This is the ground. Can I slip that under there with that? Okay, that's those two. This guy, where'd you go? Come here. Trying to keep this from becoming spaghetti. All right, that would go under there with these. Put you back in here for the time being, just real quick. All right, that would be under here. All right, we'll connect there. And then this guy. Right, there's the old one. Yeah. All right, and that snaps in there. So these, that goes to the front. This is going to tuck down in here. This is going to run up, plug in over here. Yeah, something like that. That ought to work. I don't think once I get the harness on there and get that kind of wrapped, put together, I think that'll work. So I'm not worried too much about that. Okay, now I can start depinning these two connectors. I'm happy with that. All right, let's get to work. Mm-hmm. Get out of the way. There we go. That little guy gets washed. And let's get on to the big boy over here. Same thing. Yeah, I thought I was going to have to really get in there and scrub this, because I think when I did the firewall, when I painted it, everything, I think I got overspray all over this, because there's this black splatter everywhere, and I'm pretty sure that is from that underhood black that I sprayed the firewall with. So it's my own fault. I was worried stuff was not going to come off, but it's coming right off of here with a little bit of elbow grease. Making a mess of my rag here, but it is coming off. Let me move my little tub around here. A little bit of warm water and some soap. I think I'm just going to scrub everything. Now I just went in and exchanged it for some warm, clean water. Get these rinsed, blown off with the air gun, and I'll be ready to go. Okay, I know when I should stop doing something. So I put together the first two wires, and it's the same stuff you've seen before. You strip the wire, you crimp the connector on, you put it back in. But these connectors, the 12 gauge went in no problem, but the 14 gauge, I don't know what it is. I'm having an issue getting a good crimp, and it's almost like I can't remember who I got these from, but where I got them from, it's almost like it's like some type of in between on the tangs, and it's not just, it's not getting a good crimp. I had to mess around with it a lot to be able to get the thing down to where I was happy. And these are good, but I'm not going through all of this trying to fight every single one of them, and then you mess up, and the wire just keeps getting shorter and shorter and shorter. So I know when to call it quits. So I think what I'm going to do, this 12 gauge red wire, I've got all that spool red wire that came across from the other side of the car. Like I said, for whatever reason, the crimp on the 12 gauge works completely fine. So the run of 12 gauge red wire that came across the front of the car and over here, I am going to replace that. So this entire thing and the connector, all of that is gone. So don't worry about that right now. But I think what I'm going to do is I've got a little wire wheel on a Dremel, and I'm just going to clean these up. They're really, honestly, not that bad. I could have just gotten by with taking everything apart, cleaning up the plastic connectors, and just putting it back together and then calling it a day, and I would have been fine. So I think that's what I'm going to do. So what I'm going to do is just polish these up, get any crud off of them, and give them a good look. Make sure there's nothing that needs to be replaced. If it needs to be replaced, then that's exactly what I'm going to do. But I'm not going to fight all these just to put new connectors on if these are fine, and have to fight those in the process too. So yeah, so let me just polish these up. So there it is. If all these polish up like this, that's going to be completely fine. So I think that's what I'm going to do, and then I'm going to put this bad boy back together and call that done. So now just make sure I open my tangs back up and they don't break. Please don't break. All right, now I just got to snap them back in. So with my phone as reference, all I got to do is use that to see what line goes where. Okay, so that is this guy here. Good. And then red, okay, I'm going to replace the red one. That's back there, that's fine. And this guy goes down here. Okay. Yeah, blue, black, orange, pink, purple, sorry. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so that's blue, black, orange, and purple in where they're supposed to be. Red goes out here on the end. I'm going to have to do that when I make the connector up. And then we come around to the other end. Let me pull this around here. Oh, let's swipe back, see what that one looks like. All right, that's the orientation and picture. So then we have brown. Make sure that's going in correct. Good. And light blue. Yes. And then tan, where's my tan wire? Here it is. And then tan goes right here. Very good. All right. Well, no, I definitely need a run of Tessa tape on this ground splice. Much better. Much better than that goopy, nasty stuff that was on there before. So on the front of the AC housing was this clip, and you can see like this side, it almost has like a gold anodized coating on it. So the whole thing was, I guess, that gold color, whatever that is. And other side was like the top side was just exposed to the elements the whole time, and it was just like this ugly brown. So I just sanded it down, and I kept sanding and polishing until I got it to look just like that same kind of chrome look that is on our blower relay. So I'm going to put this down here, just like so, and then I'm going to grab some conduit right here and slip our wires into the conduit and kind of see what we got, what it looks like. That's about, where was that? Is it about there? Was it? I'm not sure if that was there. I might have my, yeah, but that's the bolt for it. Really? Because how are you supposed to open it like that? That doesn't make sense. That can't go there. Now I gotta go look at pictures. Well, that was right, but I don't like it. So I don't think I'm going to do that there. Spend all that time polishing that, and I'm not even going to use it. Maybe I'll think of something, but I don't want the wire loom hanging up in the so close out in the open like that, because it's run across the top. I want something a little cleaner. Have you met me? I'm particular. So let me get this stuff in here. Get this wire loom around this and fed down, and then I'll think about that later, about where I want it. I want the install to look neat. Come this far. Just want to make sure everything is presentable. Okay, so that has to come out. Well, let's get this stuff plugged in place, and I can figure out the rest of the loom from there. All right, so this would come here. So that's in there. That snaps in there. It's my ground. Let's bring it under that. Ground snaps in here. Come on. Then that power wire. Where are you at? There. I'll come up with that. Is that right in the middle? And that plugs in there. Okay, so that transitions right there. So we can loom that up right at that point there. This is some 1/2 inch loom. That should be good for right here. Just a little tiny piece of it, I think. And then we'll figure out how to bring this stuff together in a minute here. Let's just get this, come on, get in there. About that much. Yeah, that might do it. All right, let's get this. I'm just making a big old mess. That's fine. All right, so this is kind of what I'm trying to get at. I want to try to hide these wires, even when they go on top like this, just try to subdue it as much as I can. This is a perfect spot to use one of these three-way connectors. I tried to clean this up. It's just scuffed really bad. I might be able to try to polish it so it looks better. If not, these things are dirt cheap, so I might just go online and buy some of these the three-way connect outlet things. But that'll be perfect for right there, and the line can run on either side, and then you got this line run up here, and it would just, everything would hold in place just perfect. So I kind of like that. I forgot about that one power wire. Let me get that thing put together. Perfect. Now it's just a matter of fishing the line in, lining it up. Nice crimp. All right, now that's in place. Let me reposition the camera and pull back so you can kind of get an overview of what I'm trying to do here. All right, let's get this guy out of the way. Okay, so what we're doing, this is your power plug. This is it's the main signal that comes from inside the car when you turn the AC on, and this is the plug. Normally it would just be over here and it would just be draped over top of the engine, so it could just burn up or do any one of a number of different things. So we're not going to do that because I've got the power wire coming from the front of the car in through one of the headlight openings, and there's an opening right here behind the fender, and then there's an opening back here where you can access, I think it's one of the bolts for the antenna. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to feed the red wire, and then the ground, and then the green wire, which comes from the AC. So the power wire and then these two are going to be fed inside the fender and then out here where the connector will be. And yeah, that's going to help, I think, quite a bit, just hiding that. So now you don't have something draping along this way. Don't have it wires draping across the front of the car. The engine's nice and clean. So yeah, that's what I'm going to do. So basically now I've just got to, what do I got to do? I've got to take this jumble of mess. All right, I got to take this jumble of mess, and I've got to do a little 3-wire harness and run it back from there all the way out to this side, and then you can start doing the big 46 amp connector out on this side. Well, that'll be good. All right, so we can kiss this guy goodbye and say hello to the new. Let's use some of this conduit here. This will be better because I can just run it right down through the center. Okay. And we'll fix how exactly that goes together. That'll go right in behind this inner fender well. Let me Get my wires out the other side here. All right. Those are out there. So that goes in there, drapes behind that. That can come right down here. That's where I'll put my connector. Just down in here and you won't even see it. Okay, where are my scissors? All right, so we cut that off, let's say right about there. Stay out of the way. There you go. Oh, got stuff everywhere. Making a mess. That, I think that's plenty of room. Let's keep it out here just so I can put this connector together. All right, let me grab the connector. All right, so 12 gauge, got that crimped. Got the weatherproof seal on the end. That's fine. It's made for it. This the connector that I'm using, this thing, 46 amp connector. It's a Metro Pack, and it's built for 3 12 gauge wires. Well, I've got different gauges here. I think this is 14 or is it 16? I don't know. So I cut off more off the end and I doubled it back on itself, and that should be enough to get the crimp, but the weather thing is loose on here. So I'm going to try something. I'm going to take some heat shrink and shrink it onto the end, and then I'm going to see if this will slide over that, and if not, I'll have to cut it back off. But that might fill the void and then make this wire casing a little thicker, and then that'll make it able for that to slip over it and actually hold it and be weatherproof like what it's supposed to be. That almost worked, so I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take another piece and heat shrink right over top of that one. All right. Oh, I didn't think about it. I hope that doesn't interfere with this thing snapping in. It shouldn't. Let's see how that did. Oh, yeah, nice and tight. That's good. Okay, so that's snug now. That'll work. Oh, I should probably let this thing cool down a little bit before I start trying to move that thing up on it. Woo, it's still warm. All right, before I go on to that last one, let me just make sure that this thing is actually going to clip in here and not give me any issues. Oh, beautiful. And it's sealed. Let's put the other one in. And we got one to go. Oh, that goes the other way, doesn't it? Ah. Oh, I love that positive snap. A nice connector. All right, one more to go. Same procedure. I'll have to fold this back and then use heat shrink over it to kind of make up that space. But now that we got that going, that's pretty easy to do. All right, seem to be working out well. I like that. One last one. Beauty. All right, so there is that side of the connector. All right. Compressor clutch switch is connected. That'll run along the back. Let's look over here. So that'll snake in and goes in between this gap, the back of the bracket. Then it comes around here and it will go behind this, and then it'll just tuck up and connect in here. So let's see the connector. So I did the other side of this 46 amp connector. And so it's the power wire, ground, and then the trigger wire for the clutch. I've doubled up the wire on the compressor clutch power wire, and that just runs out to whatever I had extra. I've got cooling fans that I'm putting in, and part of the kit is you splice into the power wire for the clutch, so that way when you turn the AC on, fans come on full time, because you're using the system more. It's going to create more heat because of the condenser in the front, so that's there for that. So I've given myself plenty of power line to get back to the kit's relay holder. So where that goes. So now we come around, and then the last thing we have to do is oil pressure, coolant temp, and then back of the alternator. And then, yeah, that's it. The oil pressure switch, there's this rubber boot, and you can see the slit in there. The connector is embedded in the rubber. I took the old one just to see, can I take this apart? Because I would love to have this entire thing look very factory. So tan wire all the way up and in here. But in trying to get the old one out, and it could just be because it was old, I just had to tear the thing apart to be able to get that out. And I just don't think that's necessary just to satisfy my own ego for this. So this will go in, and I'm just going to live with the gray wire. And let's see. So you've got this this opening down here. So I've fed the wire over from the other side. From back behind the battery, it comes over on top of the gearbox up through the bracket, and then it'll come up and then go around this way to the back. So I think right here, this is the tan wire. I'm just going to have this thing branch off here, and then this will connect like so. So if I just cut both of these right here, I can just quickly butt connect these together, and then that will be the harness for this side. And I'm just going to live with the gray wire, and this is going to be how it is. In fact, what I may do is I may cut it off longer, so that way you don't see the butt connector on the outside. Yeah, that's actually a better idea. So I'm gonna cut it down here, and then that way the butt connection will just be inside the harness. And instead of the tan wire, it's just going to be gray, and I'm going to live with it. So besides that one, everything else, I'm actually going to get crimp the terminals on the end, make it look legit. So this is our alternator connector. This is a CS130 alternator. And I probably showed it in a previous video, but this is part of a conversion kit. And the two wires were red and I think yellow, and where this one is brown. And there was an inline resistor. That inline resistor is for running a gauge instead of a dummy light. So I just removed the resistor, put it onto this wire, clicked everything up together, and then now I just got to feed these in, and then put the, oh, there it is, and then put the back retainer clip back on. Okay, and then this goes in the second holder. There. Okay, so that's together, and now we'll just feed up the rubber boot onto the back side. It goes back in there like so. Keeps it weather tight. All right, with those connected in, there's this little plastic clip that goes in here, and that snaps on. This is And I found this out when I was trying to depin this, and I'm like, oh, dummy, you left the clip in. So this keeps your connections from backing out. So it's like bolsters the bottom of the connector. So that goes right in there. Power wire is going to loop around and go to the back of our terminal. So let's see, let's give that a little bit of room. Yeah, so right about there. Cut that off, and then we'll put a crimper connector onto that. And that will be in place, ready to go. All right, so got that keyed and marked, so I put it in the right clocking position. Very nice. Heat shrink and make sure the writing is on the back where you can't see it. Yes, I'm that bad when it comes to this stuff. All right, so the harness will come up, and I think I'll feed it right under here and then back over to the alternator. So that'll be a real short, real short run. Maybe I can actually, if that is like that, I can hide some of that in the harness and have it come out the back like so, and then the harness will come up to here. So this is going to loop back, join in. Oh, how's that going to be? Right there. So if I pull this back, so if I pull that back to there, I can cut that there and splice that in that location, and that'll be hidden up in the harness. All right. Okay, let me get this off and do another crimp. All right, now with that butt connection there, what I'm going to do is use the heat shrink, and this stuff shrinks up enough. What I want to do is do like I did on this side. So the resistor is in its own separate piece of heat shrink, basically just holding that thing stable and weatherproof. And then I use two separate pieces of heat shrink on either side to cover up the butt connectors. Last two for the top of the engine. This is going to be coolant sensor. Yeah, probably something right there. Put my connectors on, snap that together, we're ready to go. So here is the D-pin connector, and I've got my two crimps, and I know by looking at the old one that green was on the left and green and white on the right. So that is in, how do I want that to look? And snap that down in there. Click that on. Done. So let's see, so that will feed, I had to feed some of it out to do the crimp. And I'll have to figure out how to hold these wires in close. So there. So it'll look something like that. So with that in place, I'll have to figure out, maybe put like a little tiny shoot of casing on that just to kind of cover up some of the wires and get this a little closer down here. But basically, that is how it looks. Let's come around here. This will feed underneath. I'll get more of that up inside the casing. Now something like that, I'll have that
kind of, let's see if we can feed that underneath. Yeah, I'll figure out the wires a little bit better once everything goes together. But yeah, trying to make it as minimalistic as possible, try to hide it as best I can, to jumble of stuff down here in the corner, but there's just no way around it. There's wires that got to go to stuff, but that's as neat and clean as probably you're going to be able to get, having a sensor right up on top of the intake manifold like that. Got another one that goes in over here. This is going to be the coolant sensor for the electric fans. Almost forgot the charging wire. Not necessarily part of the wiring harness, but this has got to, I want to get this in place before I start getting this thing close to what I would call done. And now with it in its own wiring sheath, that will go down into here. Yeah, right about there. This is a painless kit. It comes with its own 200 amp maxi fuse that you put in line between power cable and the battery. So there's no fusible link anymore the way that I'm setting it up. So it's going straight from the alternator right down and into our junction box. So this will just be a little bit of insurance. They sell it with the kit, so it came with it because it's 6-gauge wire. It's really for like, they list it as like a heavy duty alternator system, like 170, 190 amps, and this thing's only 105. It's like a factory Blazer alternator. So, but I'm still going to put it on. Why not? I mean, well, who's going to argue with me being too safe? So anyway, so this will go down here just below where this junction box is. And I'm going to bolt it right to the side of the plastic housing. Hopefully the screws that it comes with will bite into this plastic and hold it in place. If not, I can bolt and nut it from the back, but that's where it's going to go. Let's see, put that right on this flat, right there. All right, so if this comes down, why don't we put it in here between that, just for the time being? That's probably right there. I'll cut it off. All right, so we can cut that right about there. And there's my mark. So we'll cut this bad boy right there. All right, crimped, put together, heat shrunk, and in place. So now, with this one on, get out of the way so they can see. So now with this one on, now we do our feed wire that'll loop around and go into our junction box. All right, put this underneath here. This will be our second. This will be our second wire coming from the other side of this 200 amp fuse. All right, then I'll loop up and let's make that a little bit tighter. Doesn't need to be anything too excessive. Right about like that. See if I can do this one-handed. I accidentally marked it, and that's perfect. All right, it's good. Okay, that's done. Got it its own little sheath here. Let's come back up. This bad boy will go right in there. This guy will go on top. I can't do it one-handed. That's better. So everything's connected in there, bolted up. And I'm going to have to cut that hole a little bit bigger to fit that. Anyway, that's everything. That'll snap back on there. Cover that up. Yeah. Oh, well, that is everything. Well, I say that, and then there's that. So I'm not ready to put the distributor in because I want to prime the engine one last time before I start it up. And I'm not sure exactly when I'm going to start it up because I got so much to do and the dash isn't in and there's no gas tank and no fuel lines. And there's a lot of stuff that's left to be done. So, yeah, that is just staying where it is. I don't even want to hook up the brake warning light down to the proportioning valve because I got to run the exhaust and I just want to make sure I give myself enough room to put all that in. Oh, man, it is hot. Wow, I picked a humid day to come out here and mess with this. All right, well, that is it. That's the whole harness. That's all the sensors. That's headlights, horns, all the way back to C100 down the corner. Nice and fit inside the inner fender well. Both sides will be like that. Trying to reduce these wires so you don't see them. And that's about as much wiring as you'll see on the front. I'm going to fix that up a little bit, but for now, yeah, that's the way it looks. Oh, I'm hot. You need to subscribe. That's what you need to do. I'm burning up out here. Anyway, yeah, that's it. That's it for this one. I'm done with the harness. That's it. It's done. That's all I'm going to do. Now I'm going to start tearing stuff apart, and I got to work on this core support, get that smoothed out, and figure out my fans and everything. Yeah, but I got to do something else. I got to play with something else. Maybe I'll work on the headers. Might put the exhaust in. That might be something fun to do. All right, well, that's it for now. This is Hutch from Hutch High Perf. I am hot. Holy cow, it's hot out here. Please like and subscribe. Don't make me do this for nothing. All right, I'm done whining. So this is Hutch from Hutch High Perf. Appreciate you guys being here. Take it easy.